Welcome everyone to my first video of Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. I'm going to be showing full gameplay in this video, but I want to talk first about what I'm doing here, and if you haven't been keeping up with my streak, talk a little bit about that. So this is the Gnoll Ice Elementalist of Ashenzari, and I'm going to be showing you gameplay, the full game loop from game 58 in the streak. This is the longest Gnoll streak so far. It's the longest streak ever of a single background, and it's either the third or the fourth overall longest streak in Dungeon Crawl history. And I have no plans of stopping, of course, so we'll just keep going. I'm assuming throughout the video that you've already read my guide, which is on the Dungeon Crawl wiki. I'll link that down in the comments. If you haven't, though, I'll just give you a quick overview of what we're doing here. So the point of this character is that it is sort of theory crafted to be the best character in 0.33. So we're trying to eliminate some of the weaknesses that come from RNG throughout the game. We're trying to know as much as we can, have the maximum amount of information at every point of the game, and sort of be above the curve of the dungeon difficulty at every point in time. So I recommend you read my guide here if you want to know a little bit more after you see this gameplay. But basically, we're going Gnoll. They have a sort of gimmick with their experience where I don't get to select where my experience is going, and it gets distributed to every skill, which helps us be strong in the early game. This graph just kind of shows an estimate of the power level throughout the game. This is my ballpark estimate. The 0 line is the average difficulty throughout the dungeon, and I'm just saying basically that Gnoll is pretty well above average when you start out, but this gimmick makes you weak in the mid-game because you're not able to select where that experience is going. You can't specialize in anything, so you just use what you get. You're not really particularly good at anything in particular. And so the goal of this build is then to kind of neutralize this dip so that we can get to the late game where our power spikes again. We're doing Ice Elementalist because it is probably the best spell book in 0.33, and I think this for several reasons, but basically we have damage that bypasses the defenses of enemies. We have AoE damage and Frozen Ramparts. We have probably the best buff in the game, which gives us a lot of armor, and we have a good early summon. With summons, I think most people realize being one of the most powerful mechanics in the game, given that you can switch with your summon as a defensive option. You can send your summon out to gain range on your enemies, and so on and so forth. So this book is just really balanced, and with the Gnoll, you get this book online, every spell online by character level 3, which you often get in dungeon level 1, definitely by dungeon level 2. So, you know, we've hit kind of the maximum power of this background immediately as soon as you start the game, which puts you very much above the curve. And then why this is kind of unique compared to how most people play is that the meta with choosing gods currently, if your goal is to win consistently with every other character, is to kind of pick the first viable god that you come across. And we're not doing that. We are skipping essentially all gods to select Ashenzari specifically because Ash takes off pretty quickly in the late dungeon. By layer, Ashenzari is putting you well above the curve in terms of power, and then you're just kind of exponential growth throughout the end game as it buffs your skill levels. It also has a number of other really good bonuses, like identifying all of your items really early on and giving you clarity, which prevents confusion, and a number of other debuffs that check your will. So it kind of covers willpower to a degree. Some things still get through. So, you know, your summons come in handy there with blocking line of sight on things that do paralyze and stuff like that. But obviously it also blocks shafts, teleports, all the malevolent outcomes in the dungeon, which is kind of a smoothing effect on the RNG that can end your run, right? It's not, I'm not going to say it makes the game more fair per se, but those RNG spikes that happen when you get shafted by a couple of floors or get teleported into mobs in Zot 5 or whatever, and it spikes the difficulty of the game, that just doesn't happen. So once we have Ashenzari at 4 pips of piety, which is when all the benefits kick in, we're just in a much stronger, lower RNG state of the game. And to get to that, what we're doing, in case you don't find Ash early on, is to pick one of the 3 good gods if we come across them first. So if we pick TSO, Ellie, or Xin before we find Ash, you can usually often get to 2 pips of piety on those, get the benefits of 2 pips of piety from the good gods, and then switch without any downside into Ashenzari whenever you find them. And that kind of, I mean, I can't tell you how many times in the streak, the 2 pips of piety on TSO, for example, or even Xin, have really saved me. The 2 pips on TSO gives you an amazing shield. On Xin, you get vitalization, really good. I'm not a big fan of Ellie, but you kind of take what you get. So this is what's unique really about this build, is also the strategy aspect of it, is that we are forcing a god. And I haven't seen strong arguments for forcing a specific god since the Minotaur fighter of Mechlab. I'm sorry, the Deep Dwarf fighter of Mechlab. And so we're kind of going back to that sort of thinking, where we're playing this exactly the same every game. And then with the Gnoll, what you have that's also unique is that you can literally just play whatever the floor gives you, whatever spells you find, whatever items. You're always just playing the best stuff whenever it comes up. So, in summary, this build is meant to stay above the curve throughout the dungeon, throughout the game, and just kind of like Ashenzari. Ashenzari specializes in, or is all about, knowledge and foresight and these sorts of things. And this is kind of what this character is. If you imagine what the in-game character is thinking, their goal is to know as much as they can at all times, and therefore be able to pick the best tactical option out of all the best options that have shown up on the floor. So that's kind of what we're doing. Definitely recommend you read this build guide if you're kind of newer to the game and want to know more about what I'm doing. But yeah, this game that I'm going to show you, I'm recording this intro after the game was beaten. And it turned out to be a really good game to showcase, because we got an assortment of good gear, most of my favorite spells, and that's fantastic to showcase the build when it works kind of optimally. But also, there was a lot of challenge with the game, especially in the dungeon. There were some really hard vaults, and we didn't find Ash right away, so we cycled through a couple good gods, none of which gave us any benefit. So it's kind of like, in the early game, how does this build work when you don't get what you want? And then late game, how does the build work when you get everything you want? And so you get to see all of that. So it turned out to be a really good first game to showcase for this build. So I hope you enjoy. Please leave some comments, questions, whatever you want in the comments on this video. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the build, if you've tried it, anything that I'm kind of skipping over, especially for new players. Enjoy. So I've got the Gnoll here on turn 1, and the first thing we're going to do is take a step, and we immediately can identify some items with the Gnoll's ability. We also have a nice little experience pool down here that we'll get to eventually. I'm just going to let that goblin come on in close. And the first thing I like to do is kind of work my way around, securing a sort of zone of influence here where I know I'm safe. Okay, Battlesphere, Servitor, Bombard, excellent early book. Battlesphere is good enough to clear S branches realistically, so we'll be looking at that. First weapon there is good. Get that going. And of course, love it when you wake them up and they immediately constrict you before you get any other action. Basically, though, we're just playing this very safe right now. Ringmail poison resistance. Encumbrance rating 7 is acceptable, so we'll be looking at that later. For now, we're going to go ahead and get quills going until we get some auxiliary armor. Nice. Stealth coming in handy there. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm just going from detected item to detected item the best I can. Okay, this is a little scary here. I've got one waking up, so we're just going to pull back and see how this goes. Should be just fine. Quills are really good here for like level 1 through 3 maybe. We'll see. Poison darts are excellent, obviously. We're using quite a few of those. Our throwing skill on the Gnoll is plenty good enough just at default to use the whole game. Go around this way maybe. Sneak up on at least one of these dudes. Really careful like that. I had the option of going up or down. Since I could see all the way through here, I thought make sure nobody can sneak up behind me is the idea there. Alright, and a snake, so we'll pull back right away. Easy game. Definitely not using Auto Explore at this point, not until we at least have our level 3 spells castable. The game really opens up quite a bit more once you have Ice Beast down to like a yellow failure rate, 6% or so. Even at level 3 right away when we get Frozen Ramparts, start feeling very safe. So getting level 3 on level 1 of the dungeon is nice, doesn't always happen. Instantly feeling much safer. So we've got Ramparts online here. We'll go around the backside, maybe get a sneak attack on this dude. Nope. Miscast our Ramparts once, that's fine. Cool. Now we're just cruising. And we could probably take this right here, but I think we're going to just go down and we'll come back and grab it soon. Let's look at what we got. The Battle Sphere is going to be our best bet early on. Works great with level 1 spells. Heard it described as the gentleman's way to clear lair. I like that. So same idea here. We're gonna try to control the entry zone around the stairs. Pull this guy in. I just kind of estimate. I stepped back and estimated how many steps that Dark Slug had until he would get close enough for frozen ramparts to cover him. So just out of sight until I knew I was ready to step up and cast that. That works quite well. They do some of the most damage in the early game, so you want to avoid getting hit by that. Level 4. If you leave any comments for me, just let me know if you like some of this basic information that I'm giving, or if you'd prefer me to talk at just a higher level in general. Like I said, I've never really run a game while commentating on my own play, so I'm just saying what comes to mind, I guess. Okay, we're poisoned. Should be just fine. Could have casted armor there. Not really necessary. With quills, I expect you're not going to take too many hits before they just evaporate. Still not really using much of the auto explorer. Hit him, kind of estimating here, about like that. Easy. Okay. Liking the gloves off to the right. See if we can cast this at level 9, all good. Don't like to go after ribbon worms without a little backup. Really nice pair of gloves. So that is the end of quill form for us. Just double check. I don't use this very often, but I think it's gloves too. Yep, all auxiliary. So we'll get rid of that. The 5 armor is well worth trading out instead of quills, I think. Realizing I made a noob mistake here of not reading my stack of scrolls on D1, so we'll do that. Noise. And identify, there we are. So we're looking for curing potion first. So not terrible. We get rid of the moonshine. We'll just leave that here. I'm pretty conservative when it comes to blind reading on this character because we know that we're going for Ashenzari as soon as possible. And so I will only blind read until I get identify, and I will not blind quaff any potions unless it's a dire circumstance. Generally, this character is plenty strong enough to go without too much excess help from consumables, at least, you know, early dungeon. So I've assumed, I guess, that you've read my guide at this point, but in case you haven't, the idea here is that we're just going to step back and summon this guy, get a little help. The idea is here that we are just cruising until we hit either Ashenzari, which is the main goal, or one of the good gods, so TSO, Zin, Ellie. And we'll take the first of those 4 in total that we get, knowing that we can, if we get a good god instead of Ash, we can always switch to Ash as soon as we find him. So TSO would be our main good god pick if we find that, but maybe we'll just find an early Ash, that'd be cool. So an early ring of protection, very nice. We're at 9 armor and 12 evasion. Really good defensive stats. There's our leather armor, which we will not equip quite yet because Ice Beast being at 8 is good. We don't want to make that any worse. That's really our panic button / fight is too difficult and we need a little help kind of thing, and we do not want to miscast that and get a horror enemy summoned instead in a fight. You know, that's why I actually stepped back from the fight to cast it, just in case we get the Nameless Horror being summoned. We can fight it just fine with Ramparts and our armor spell. There's an Inkwell, might use that. Forget how much armor we're going to lose off of that. 5 and we get 7 EV, so that's, you know, some people would say that's worth it. Probably not going to use it. Definitely could. Let's check it. Let's step back here. We'll check it here and see if I evoked it. My battle sphere is still at 50%, so we're not going to do that. Just to give a sense of this. Ice Beast is at 4%, which is quite good. We get a good amount of mana as well, but you know, I like having that armor. I'm a big fan of armor in the early game. Makes a huge difference. pick up a stone and immediately find good use for it right here, just to pull in the snake. Stealth still working great. Okay, maybe a little auto explore now. Still don't have any 2 stacks of scrolls at this point, so we will just keep going. Mulched a dart there, that's unfortunate, but... Oh no, I didn't. Okay, so let's step back, summon beast, take out the rain polearm dude there with poison. All good. Switch our weapon to that trident, that's not bad. We're just being very careful now because orc pack means, yep, priest. So we're just going to step around the corner. And should be good there. Got a boomerang dude coming, no problem. You can probably hear my keys tapping at this point. Apologize if you can. I'm going to try to remove that before I publish the video, so we'll see if that works or not. All right, these guys can be a little scary early on. Not bad. Okay, at this point our beast is still at 8%. When we get down to about 6, we'll just kind of have it on all the time for protection. Lots of snakes this game. Okay, little pack of jackals here. We'll just put our armor on and lure them in. Should be no trouble at this stage. Yet another snake. We'll throw some rocks at it. Those early adders can just be a death sentence for a lot of other characters at this stage in the game, but Ice Elementalist is very strong against them just because of Frozen Ramparts hitting through their evasion, so we don't have much to worry about with that, which is nice because there are so many of them in this game, apparently. There's Wand of Light, one of the best wands we can find. Feeling very strong already with all this armor evasion, the wand. And there's vulnerability, there's teleportation. Having bad luck with the identify scroll this game. Okay. A bit unfortunate here, we have 2 upstairs within range of the orc wizard, so we'll just go back up and we'll find a different downstairs. Hopefully it's a better spot. We're just going to start casting our ice beast now. Pretty standard. Pretty much all the time, just have it up at 7% failure. It's a nice little safety net because you can always just step behind and switch. So they're pretty close to us, that wizard down there, what I'm worried about. Feeling like a Zom game? No? Acrobat, excellent. Yeah, interesting. It's a little, actual little orc area here. This is a good spot for us. Really nice. Oops. Can't tell. Yeah, okay. Let's see, is there more? There is. Throw some stones at him. Okay, so this guy here, 26 damage. We don't like seeing that. So we're just gonna get into the open, cast Ice Beast, trade places, and he does not follow us. Okay. There he is. Give him some poison. Let the Ice Beast play with him a little bit. A little bit of lag, I think. No? What happened? Did I miscast? No. Okay. So we are now retreating. But we're getting close. So we're just trying to whittle him down. And there we go. Do we want this glaive? 15 damage, 1.5 attack delay versus 1, 1, and 9. We're going to stick with the lower attack delay. The main thing here is to not waste turns. You know, our spells are the main damage. We've got a weapon here just to cover us. Dagger Venom, okay. That's probably the main weapon now. Holy Flail, always good for whites that come up early in the dungeon. Alright, so there's one of your more dangerous early dungeon enemies for a Ice Elementalist. They've got 2 pips of cold resist, and they blink you all around the map, so that's no fun at all. We're just going to try to pull him over in this direction. With this amount of armor and evasion, it's going to be just fine. But easy. Okay. I've had some close run-ins with those guys, so I am always very, very careful. Hey, look at that. An identify scroll. Nice to find. Keep looking for curing. There we go. Maybe our luck's turning around with those consumables. There we go. Is it good? Almost. Negative cold, not great. If we need fire resistance, we'll use it. A little early Sigmund defense there, maybe. Alright, iguanas do some damage, so we'll just step back from that. There we go. You noticed even when I waste mana like I just did there, that the Gnoll has enough early spellcasting levels, 5.6 already at this point, to give me some mana, enough mana to miscast or make a mistake like I just did, and it's fine. Okay, that was D4. Battlesphere still at 50%. Kind of waiting on that at this point. Boots upgrade, up to 12 armor. Not bad. Okay. Another wand of digging. Is this going to be temple? Yes, very nice. Let's hope for an ash. Wow, not a good temple at all here. not even any good gods. My God. Control O. Make sure we haven't missed anything. None of our good gods and no Ash, so that's okay. This is a good example game then of what happens when you don't get what you want. So now we're going to start identifying scrolls now that we have curing. Okay, that's not good. So they can do up to 17 damage per shot. So we're going to look to run away. You have Atropa darts, 89% chance to blind if it hits, low chance to hit. Let's see, also have Wand of Light, which does not reach. So the question is, do you engage? And I think the answer is yes. Because we can step in, hit him with the Wand of Light, maybe. Yep. Now, of course, the problem being that we're in the middle of a pack. So we're going to try to retreat and cast Ramparts. And that was fine. Now we've got a ranged dude here. We're just going to take off and heal and go back out. Try again. Oops, go to Poison Darts to pull him in. Alright, so I really don't like these imps either. Anything at range is a little challenging for Ice Elementalist early on. If I get him up against the wall like this, seems to work fine. Not any hurry move economy-wise, so we'll just identify a Blinking Scroll. Really nice. Level 8. Gloves, I think I already have, right? Yes, I have excellent gloves, actually. Since we're still waiting on our other spells and we're at 5%, let's see what this leather armor does to our spells. Goes up to 8. I'm just going to wait. I'd like to be at 6%. And there's our answer, Wizardry Ring. Very nice. Down to 20% on Battlesphere. What else we have? Probably just Battlesphere right now. There's Ellie. Not a big fan, but you take what you get. Probably the worst of the good gods for the early game, but there we go. Right. Definitely want that leather armor now. Puts us at 3% on Ice Beast. Go back up and grab these scrolls, check what this is. Yeah, we're never wearing a chainmail on this character at 14 encumbrance. Kind of doesn't matter what it has on it. Ring of Slaying. Not better than our armor ring currently. More gloves. Gloves all day. Need gloves? We got gloves. Hello, early shop with Quicksilver Dragon scales. That might be an early purchase. Never wearing Golden Dragon scales. Might wear Fire Ice. Probably just Fire. Those ice scales, other than being +9, are not particularly good. Might even do Swamp Dragon scales, depending on the situation, but Quicksilver Dragon's probably what we got on our list here. Steam Dragon scales, probably not wasting 600 when Quicksilver Dragon are only 750. So it's been a few hours now since I took a break. Kids are in bed again. I have to remember where we're at. Up to 26%, must be because of the leather armor. Remembering that I have XP sitting in D1, it's probably time to go take that. We're done on this level, so we're gonna go back up to D1. And we'll go clean this up real quick. Terrible positioning on my ice beast there. Go ahead and fix that. Cool. Didn't look at what that was worth, but something more than 0. Might as well take it. Do have that one shop. We're at 250 gold, so we got a little ways to go yet on that. And down we go. Rushing water. Okay. Looks like we might be close to it even. Let's see. Yep, that's a shop. Quite a good shop too. I have a hard time not buying those right now. I think we're gonna wait until we find an ash altar at least. Mall talisman, cool. Might use that later. Lots of rings. Protection from fire as we see Menkari. Okay, I took more steps than I wish I would have taken there. That was a mistake. Hopefully we can get out of here. Nope. Okay, in that case, we're looking at the Wand of Light again. We've got a dog up above too. Very not great positioning here. I really hate this because I want to get to the sewer. I'm thinking maybe we step back and recast. Then we go like this. Keep retreating. Maybe. Okay, that works. Just the torment caught me. Boy, King Frog too. Okay. We're gonna skip that just because we're trying to find sewer right now. Pro fire we can swap in when we need it. I'm gonna keep what we got for now. Geez, what an entryway here. Two of them. Okay. Can't catch a break here. Holy Flail. +4. 19 plus 28. Fun. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're gonna... Do we risk the Atropa? Yes, is the answer after I do it. Poison, we got the sleep dude, that's terrible. Just recast, step in. Let's see. Definitely can't get frozen here. Always got one to light. Nice. No sweat. Okay, now we got the heavy halberd Gnoll. 31 damage. What is this entryway? Do I just leave and come down somewhere else? This is crazy. Let's give it a shot. That to me looks like the entryway. And oh no, it's not. Is it? Okay, we're going Holy Flail for that. Boy, if that Gnoll comes in from behind, that's going to be a real problem. As I was saying, okay, now we got a little dance here to pull off. Probably. It's nice this guy has a shield. We'll take that later. 19 damage, though. That's not great. What's our Atropa looking like? 56, 80. To be honest, this is a pretty good shot right here with that. I'll take it. Recast. Definitely targeting that guy. Oh, come on. What is that misstep? Cool. We got one more left. We're switching to heavy halberd. Snack him with it. And we're golden. Okay. Switching back to 28 damage, 1.9. Jeez. How do you say no to that? 1.9 is pretty slow, though. Yeah, we'll see what we got. Let's go look for this drain. That ain't a drain. It is TSO, which we are going to switch to. Because at 2 pips, you get a shield, which is fantastic. The best of the good god's abilities at 2 pips, which is what we can reasonably expect to have. Positioning on this one is terrible. Ice Beast is not what you want here. I don't have any cold resistance. Well, that's a real bummer. I'd like to just get into... Do I sneak? Cast. Cast. Level 9, very nice. Sneak in. Okay, this is probably not a great situation here because we're going to be trapped, but we'll take it as we go. Just peeking around each corner. See what the situation is. Heavy halberd is working just fine. It's really when it doesn't work and you waste 2 turns that it's particularly bad, obviously. Let's not let that happen. Enchant armor, love to see it. Okay, what do we have to enchant here? I'm not using it on leather armor. What does this look like with wizardry? Pretty good, really. Should be wearing that. 16% on this, so I'm going to, for Ice Beast purposes, wear this ring mail. Boost my armor to 18. What about this shield? Since we're sort of in between learning spells here. 17 is not okay. So we're without a shield. Okay. Auto explore. Can't seem to hit this bat. Alright, so now we know we have an ice beast coming in. We have no fire equipment, which would be nice against this. Got a blank just in case. Really don't want to use that. Got teleport. Could read teleport going out. 1 curing. Nothing else of note, so we're just going to go. Standing in water as well, not cool. Heavy halberd does the work, nothing to fear. Sometimes these early heavy weapons like this, I mean, we're at 4 skill with some fighting. Sometimes these heavy weapons early on do more work than you'd expect them to at 1.9 delay. I mean, you don't want to get anywhere where it can really stick you, but when it works kind of situation. Alright, let's go see about our frog friend over here. Yep, still there. No longer red. What's Atropa look like? 36% to hit, not good enough. Give him a little poison. Come on. There we go. Jumpy bugger, that one. Whoops. Auto explore away from my javelins. I'll take those every day. Okay, we do actually have poison resist right now. What's waiting around the corner for me here? Nothing. Okay, neat. Alright. Even with the 7 encumbrance, Battlesphere is at 26. I mean, we're only on D6. I am going to keep that on, and we're going to just go for it. Yeah. I think it's worth waiting. What is on the shopping list? Nothing we're going to pick up at the moment. Down we go. Curing, another upstairs. Come on, something good. Nothing I actually like there. Still playing it quite safe. Just one-shot that black bear, no problem. Hey, that's what we like to see, an Ash altar. Alright, let's not rip to the old Water moccasin here. No trouble. Didn't even get 1 pip of piety with TSO, but that's fine. Made us feel safer anyway. Okay, now we're off to the races. Still playing it very safe until we get 2 pips of piety. 1 pip, sorry, and identify everything. That's 2 curses, 1 pip. I get that mixed up whenever I talk about it, it seems. All right, Steam Dragon, real problem. Except that we have a Pro Fire, which we'll swap to right now. And then just delete him. Alright, so we are Pro Fire and Pro Poison. Lots of dudes here. I'm feeling fine until we get hit. Dagger and Distortion. Hello. Javelins? Maybe? Oh dear, that's getting a little close. Okay, that works. Let my Ice Beast get in there and do some work. Pick that up just in case I need an emergency exit to the abyss. No Curare. I was really hoping. You ever see that kobold? You're hoping for Curare. No dice. Another wand. Very nice. Wand of Flame. Could have used that earlier. It's the Ice Beast. Would maybe feel a little more comfortable if nothing else. Whoops, didn't want that. Get rid of that. Okay. Give you some poison. Step back. Easy kill. Ice Beast is so good. Honestly, for 3 mana. It's just, it really rounds out this spellbook so well. You've got AoE damage, bypassing either EV or armor, depending on which spell you're talking about. You got one of the best buffs in the game with the armor spell. It's just such a good book. Well, that would have been bad if I wasn't wearing my protection ring, huh? Found all the good gods in the end before D7, or by D7. There's Ash. So strategy here with Ash is we're basically just taking every curse we get until we're at 4 pips of piety. That's when Ash stops giving his extra benefits beyond the skill boosts that the curses give directly. If we have a particularly good one, and this one's okay, Sorcery and Beguiling is something we want one curse of each, so it's going on something that we're looking to not replace. Which you know is going to be Ring of Wizardry. These +2 items are also good candidates for this. I think I'm just going to throw it on the boots for now. Down to 19 on Battlesphere. Okay, carrying on. More gloves, more boots, more rings. Hello. Our poise and our corrosion. Yes, please. That goes in for protection from fire. Poison resistance armor comes off, I think. Still at 11. Maybe it goes back on. We're going to wait a little bit longer before we learn Battlesphere. I could be convinced either way is the correct decision there. I'm liking my armor. It's feeling good. We're just going to carry on. 390 gold. Still a little ways away from better armor. Really nice to have. Look at those resists already. Ooh. I don't know when I'm going to use that. I don't like this talisman on an Ash character because it melts too much, but man. I don't mind the minus will with Ash. I kind of ignore will, to be honest, because the 4 pips of piety, not 4, what is it, 3 pips of piety protects you from most of the major problems with willpower except for paralyze. You know, we can't, it's not wise to use this yet anyway. We might find a use for it. We're going to hang on to it. Inkwell is not getting used. Quill isn't getting used anymore either. More steam dragons, and now we do not have fire resist, so we're going to swap that on. Ooh. I don't often swap rings because they're cursed usually for me, so this is an uncommon circumstance. We're going to switch back to that, and then I think we're going with the steam dragon scales. I don't need poison right now. 0 encumbrance is probably the way to go. I mean, we're down to 8% on Battlesphere, so that's just, we're just going to take that. And that's on E now. Ice Beast. Ice Beast. Somewhere around here. Hello, Ice Beast? Where did you go? Electric Eel. Come this way, please. No. Ooh, and the dogs. Say kill the steam. The dog is coming. This works. Keep them coming. Control. Easy. Spear of Venom. Might be worth switching to. Back a bit here. There we go. Another halberd. Lots of interesting stuff there. Alright, so I like the attack delay going down on this and the poison at range or at reach. So we're going to do that. More stuff incoming. Go get him, Ice Beast. No trouble. There's Lair on D8. Nice. We're not doing it, obviously. Going to get all of the experience. Oh, there was a mistake. Step into a confusion. Okay, now we're good. Good number of blinking scrolls. It's 3, yeah. Love to see it. Elements and Fortitude, another good one. I'm fine putting any elements at this point on the Ring of Wizardry, so we're doing that. Nothing amazing, but everything's identified at this point. And of course, I forgot to go buy these potions, which were 20 gold, and so that's unfortunate, because that's now 230, but you know, it'll be fine. We'll probably pick those up in-game. Do not need haste right now. I've got one. Probably not going to use it, realistically, at this point. Now, the problem with Ice Elementalist and Battlesphere is the lack of range, of course. So we'd be hoping to find a ranged 1 mana spell, like Magic Dart, at some point, to really make that work well for us. But it's fine. It'll work for now. It's really unnecessary for most fights at this stage. You do it like that, it's kind of fun, but really unnecessary. These gnolls are very weak at this point for us. More dogs. Don't worry, I'll come to you. I don't know. I sometimes use Martyr's Mill. Dispel Undead I'm not a big fan of. I don't like... I say this while using freeze, but I don't like melee range spells. Okay. Can I get you to come this way for me? And give you some steam. Nope, some steam. There we go. And Ice Beast. Okay, this should be not an issue again. Try to save our... Could use Wand of Flames there, but Heavy Halberd all the way. And what I'm really watching for here, of course, Wizard, not good, but electrical eels hiding over there could have been a scary thing to watch for. Whoops. Got a confused Ice Beast. More Wand of Light. Done exploring. Okay, so we have Blair. I'm going to keep going, of course. Nothing I need right now. Really, I mean, these spells are solid. We are cruising right now. Interesting vault here. Devices and introspection. We've been getting really lucky with good curses here. I have not hated any of these. I would have taken anything, as I said, but would really like these. Thanks. Okay, that's probably an issue. Venom short sword, but the B and 47 on the tempering is what we're really worried about. Is he poison resist? No. Interesting. Feels like he should be mechanical or something. We're just gonna get out of that. For now, go this way. Hello. Can I blind you? Absolutely can. I'm gonna step in, no problem. Jesus, a Tengu? Why? My God. Okay, well, he's not allowed to touch us. That's a problem. So this is a pull out all the stops sort of situation. I think. What's my blind on him? Very bad. Boy, that's unfortunate. I really want to get to that Bailey. Can't have him waiting for me on the other side though, because he can two-shot me. Bailey's going to be surrounded by goblins, most likely, so I can't quickly jump in there. What to do, what to do? Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to quiver a fear scroll, and we're going to ask, what are my chances to fear everybody here? Pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. 90 plus. Running into the unknown is pretty bad. Most of this floor not explored. Do you have a digging? Wand of digging? Upstairs, pretty far away. Kind of feeling like the Bailey, running for the Bailey could work with my fear scroll. I'm just really giving it some good thought here. thinking of digging through this wall so I can escape that way if I need to. I'm blind in that direction too. I have Steam Dragon scales on. That's at least helpful for the Steam Dragon. "54% to hit." Is that right? I'll call that lucky. We're essentially ignoring Steam Dragon here. In order to maybe we can line these guys up. Just really not liking what I've got here. Oh, Steam on him. Can't get through my own guy, and that's really unfortunate. At this point, again, I'm at half health. I'm thinking we're kiting and killing. Let's move one more. Can I hit him now? No. Moving again. Moving again. Moving again. Okay, so now we have the trouble of, if that didn't blind me, it was going to step into me. This is looking good, though. And he's going the wrong way, which is nice. Javelin here. Javelin again. Luckily, you can throw right through that orb, which is cool. There's the poison and dead. Very nice. Easy. Just had to be calm. Think about it. Not mess up. Great Sword of Electrocution is big damage, 1.4, 22 damage. So that's cool. But what I'm actually thinking is I've got this kite shield here, which, boy, is not quite there, is it? 17%. I've got plenty of time on that Bailey. So let's clean up this a little bit, get our darts back at least. Okay, let's see what the Bailey has for us. Just seeing here. Boy, we don't really have much excess armor. I could swap. I know I'm not going to see Steam Dragons here. I could swap back for 2 extra armor. Battlesphere 11. Undead. Okay. I have a holy flail for that. Let's find out what happens. Holy flail, sneak, feeling good. Ghosts, not as good. Wyvern zombies. As long as there's none of those new mounted wyverns. Those guys can do some damage, the mounted wyverns. Hello, gargoyle with a broadaxe. 3d12 damage, 27 HP. What don't you like? Getting up close in Battlesphere is what you don't like. Okay, we're gonna wait on that. Go clean up this area. Vampire bats. No cold resistance. Fly and see invis on a +2 glove, which I have already cursed, so we'll save it. Probably switch into it later. You know, I don't think I've seen this Bailey before, which is interesting. Just playing like a tabber now. Okay. Hold that. We just don't want those coming up behind us when we're fighting a gargoyle. Okay, game plan here. Hit him from range. Get him around the corner. Step in with Battlesphere. Shoot him with Battlesphere a bunch. Let me see here. Easy peasy. Okay, what's the big bad here? Or was that him? Vampire. Okay. Well, I can see invis. Confuse can get me. Resist the cold. Nothing on fire. I have a holy weapon. So I guess we're just going like this. And wow, off to a good start. Get him with Battlesphere. Vampiric Battle Axe? I'm going to take that with me. Get rid of Distortion. I'm realistically never using that. Slaying. I'm not putting that on at this point. Leather Armor of Cold Resist is a definite yes. Get rid of this. That might be a switch in now. Let me see. I've got a fire protection ring, and I can still swap this ring out. So for the time being, that's a cold resist armor. Condenser vein, very nice. Not my favorite. Evocable. But you're not going to say no. Okay. Switch back to what? Spear of Venom, probably? Huh. Could use this spear now. Get the fire resist. Cancel out our leather armor here. Have Vamp, little dex, a little more stealth. Seems a little gimmicky, but I'm going to do it anyway. Wow, that is a hell of a vault up there. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't have his weapon out yet. Not a good chance to blind. Yeah, so we're gonna step away quietly. Use that stealth we just added. Try not to get trapped here. What's that? Just a +4. Where am I? D9. This is one massive D9. I don't like it. Large rock, 54 damage. And there's the centaur. Boy, oh boy. He's got his bow out. How much damage does he do? Just 36. 36 at 150 speed. With a 54 damage trying to follow me up from behind here. Boy, oh boy. I could shut that door. And then when I'm running to the bottom left and reading teleport potentially, I mean, that vault takes up half this map. Who knows what else is in there? I do have acrobat, right? I have acrobat necklace. And we're going to use it, aren't we? Okay. Now, what are the chances the Cyclops heard any of that? Because I think the play is to corner him here. Let's see. Kick. He still can't kill me in one turn. He does have 150% speed. Just being really careful here. I do have a vamp weapon with dex. Decent dex. Chance to hit is good. I'd rather do that than waste more light. I do not like this situation. Got him. Okay. And there's Spraz. My god. Forgot about Spraz. Okay, got my health back. I really want to get out of this area without using a teleport optimally. That bugger is quick, running all over the place. And now he's summoning B, so this is the problem. Good chance to blind. Got him. Okay, do I trust that's the same Cyclops? We're really getting close here to reading a teleport scroll. What's this thing's deal? No cold resist. 13. If Spraz walks around the corner, he can hit it for like 4d6 or something like that. AoE, so we don't want that. Whoops, wrong button. Oh, we at least keep running up this way. Kill him with that. Now we're on the move again. We need to reestablish our base of operations. Back towards the stairs. Which probably seems really conservative, but well, it's a street game. This is an incredibly dangerous D8. Okay, all three stairs are over here. Yet another centaur. Chance to blind was good, right? Yeah. Yeah, really gotta remember, get that battle sphere out first, and then use it. Nothing we're buying right now, are we? Not for that price. Poison scroll, though. I have darts for the centaur. Not centaur, the cyclops really hates poison. Fortitude beguiling. Already got a fortitude, excuse me. We could go amulet, probably. This is a mid-duration amulet. We'll replace it later if we get like mana regen or something. Steam Dragon again. We have fire resist. So okay. Is this it's a separate vault, right? Yeah, this is an undead vault. So I should be using my holy flail. What's the deal here? Just bats? Are we gonna get something more challenging? Single gold. That was cool. All the fountains turned to blood. Very cool vault. Again, I have not seen this one. Very neat. Erica as well. Is this like the hardest D8 I've seen in 50 games or so? It's gotta be. Alright, I've got poison resist. She can slow me. Don't get in contact with her. I've got flame resist. So as long as nothing else shows up, this shouldn't be too bad. Low chance to blind. Part of me says just go to the stairs. That worked. She went away from me. Okay, and now, what are we doing? We let her get close. Probably stepping behind, casting Battle Sphere, casting this. She's invisible. See, here's where you want a ranged spell to trigger Battle Sphere. Right, because I can't really do anything against her here. Oh, you know what? I don't have fire resistance right now. Put that on. Nice. Ring of Slaying, Scimitar of Flaming. Okay. I mean, if nothing else, this level is giving good experience for all the red tier threats, I would think. More of these dudes. At this rate, you gotta seriously ask yourself if lair wasn't the safer option. Or just diving off of this level. Still possible. Let's not do anything we regret. What's my chance here? 88 and 47. I don't care for it. Really what I like. Okay, he's noticed me. Get Battle Sphere out. We're gonna give it a shot. We get it. and get him while he's blind. Okay, I like what I'm seeing. Cloak, don't have that yet. I'll get rid of these Team Dragon scales now. Still being very careful. This is still very much a dangerous area right now. I was saying that more for myself. I didn't have any summons out. It's like time to get summons out. Don't forget, walk around with your summons. I do have negative resist here. I'm still looking for the skull. Laughing skull dude. And a centaur again. Jeez. Step back and in and in. Okay, there's our skull. Let's hit him with some javelins. Potion of attraction we don't care for. Nothing too exciting here. Halberd used to be scary, but not anymore. Try not to speak too soon, jeez. Okay. That was a tough one. Made it through, little by little. 521 gold. We're looking for probably 750 for Quicksilver Dragon Scales. Lightning Rod is my favorite evocable, but I have good other good options for evocables. So Condenser Vein, a couple good wands. Probably not in a rush for that. What we are in a rush for is this Kite Shield, which is a massive boost to our defense. 10 shield from that. We don't have any spells we're really rushing right now. We're really on the Ice Book plus Battlesphere game plan right now. We've got 2 pips from Ash. Taking his time giving us curses lately. Took an extra step there. Oh boy. It's fine. We do have 2 Demonologists here. I'm actually going to step in, recast, so that I can get my Battlesphere to trigger. Little annoying, but definitely the right play. Not using that anymore. Not using any two-handed weapons. Realistically not switching to the Sphere of Venom. Not using Lignification anymore. We've killed Minkari and we have good armor, so don't really need that. Okay. Gargoyle, hello. Melee and ranged combat. Not good. This is a throwaway. Realistically, I think it goes on the weapon. Probably. Cold resistance is important for layer. So having negative cold here is not good. But I think that's what we're going to do anyway. Okay, so yeah, 3 pips keeps your mind clear. I was saying earlier, that basically covers for 3 pips of willpower, mostly. Stay away from the paralyzed guys. There's the ones that will get you. There's a fun little interaction now with Ice Dragon Scales. We're going to hang on to it. Not going to use it. If we're still using the spear by the time they come online, that'd be interesting. Still don't have Curare. It's a bit of a bummer. Have a nice stairway exit here behind me. And so we're going. Just step and recast. Trigger the sphere. Easy. So good. The spear is better than mine, so that's what the shield does for you. Companion's Curse, quite good. I think that goes for the ring at this point. And there's our 4 pips of Ash Piety. Okay, so now we know we need to switch out the gloves to get flying, but we're not going to break anything until we get the next curse after 4 pips, because we never want to go below 4 pips now. So that's a devices itself is a good curse, so that's unfortunate we'll be breaking that. Hopefully we can find it something good and put it on, I don't know, one of these items. Can't be confused anymore. D10 is an absolute cakewalk compared to that D8. So now that I've got 4 pips of Ash Piety, I can't be shafted anymore. Because of that, I'll go to D11. If I didn't at this point, I'd prefer to go to Lair, because I prefer to be shafted in Lair than from D11. So that's the deciding factor there. Some people think going to D11 is always the game plan. I tend to not agree with that, because of the shafting specifically. Getting shafted from D11 is just bad, really bad. So this guy's weak to fire. I don't think it matters, because we're on the battle sphere game plan here. Oops, CA. CA. Oh, he's immune to cold. Right. Can I really not do it anyway? That's an interesting interaction I hadn't thought about before. I would like to cast this on him. It does let me. Okay, you've got to use F. Nice. Okay, this guy has some damage. We'll get back. Another one of these. Same game plan. Luckily it doesn't let you use it on yourself on accident, because that was a misclick. More centaurs. Ranged dudes really have it out for me this game, huh? Oh, how about that? Hello. Let's see if we can pull one around the corner. Okay, we've miscast, and we've wasted a bunch of mana here, so we're going to be quite careful. Now we've lost that. Okay, this is a predicament here. Probably a blind situation, yeah. Then we're just kind of waiting on mana to come back up. Not too bad. Just had to manage the mana and positioning a little bit there. But yeah, I tell you what, taking on, what was that, 5 centaurs, I think? 4 or 5 at this point is a show of strength, no question about it. Alright, so we've got an amazing curse here. This is the best one, Elements and Companions. Those are the kind of spells we're going for long term. So it's a bit unfortunate that we don't actually have anything here that I plan to keep forever. If anything, it's probably that cloak. I could use my scrolls on it. I think that's probably the answer. I'm not stoked with this decision, but you have to have that curse. And I'm not going to curse a 0+0 cloak. I like the extra armor. So first thing we're going to do then is immediately go back, start readjusting our armor. Same amount of armor as before, but we also have flying. Very good to have, especially since we're looking for Hellfire Mortar at some point. That interaction is just very, very strong. If we get it, I'll show it. Let's see. So really what I want to know is where my spell's at. I've got nothing until bombard. So we're just cruising. You know, I'm passing up broad axes, which with a Gnoll you can absolutely use, obviously. But we are not a melee dude. We melee when it's helpful. We have nothing else to do. Try not to misclick here. But we are not ever a primary melee dude on this character, in my opinion. You play it how you want if you're playing this character, but not me. Not interested. I'm a spellcaster through and through. So we are going to drop Inkwell while we're in the inventory, and then we're just going to pop back to the lair after I check how much money I have. We're getting close. I mean, we haven't cursed our armor yet. Problem being that if I get rid of that army, I'm negative cold resist. That's a bit of a pickle. Might actually look at going for the staff, because we know that staff has some kind of resistance on it. We'll see. We're going into lair. Slightly dicey opening here with Yaks and Komodo dragons. Try to pull him back, get set up. Obviously we are on the cast freeze Battlesphere game plan. It's working very well already. Dude hits like a truck, but shield, evasion, armor class, all coming in quite handy for us. Okay, introspection again. We just lost it when we broke the gloves, so I probably put this back on the gloves. Always want one, at least one introspection. I'd take a few, realistically. Self-curse, I mean. More haste pots. Really just abusing that sphere. Nice chainmail. We're not ever using chainmails again. Too bad we keep finding good ones. Okay. I think we just want to get good positioning on this guy. Start throwing stuff at it. Might have a real threat here. Nothing has been too threatening so far. Boulder beetle. Okay. See, and on the freeze game plan. That's a bit awkward. My orb couldn't work there, but got the boulder beetle. I mean, you see how good Battlesphere is when you can just stand there and tank and spam your level 1 spell. Absolutely going to carry. To that point, this would normally be a scary downstairs. If I can keep it alive. And if you can't, well, just pretend you never found a Battlesphere. Starting book is A-OK. Already have Fortitude, not looking for ranged weapons beyond 1. I mean, look at ranged weapons, it's at 10 already. I was saying throwing works all game long. On this character, I throw against orbs of fire, no problem, if I have silver javelins. So, everything's good. That's what this character's about. We are not going to take that, though. We're being much more selective now with our curses after we get 4 pips. 4 pips plus 1 curse. We start adjusting things. We're going to be more selective now. Still looking for a helmet. Is the only spot we're missing. Okay, we've got snake. I like snake. I like to find a good shield in there sometimes. Oh, come on, you. You want to see 3 mistakes in a row. There you go. Enjoy that. Nice magic regen here, which is perfect with the sphere, because you want to be spamming stuff. So that's really good. Fortitude, beguiling. Fortitude and beguiling. So I'm losing redundancy by getting rid of acrobat here. Sometimes I keep that on. I like it 3-layer, definitely, with all the yaks and everything. All these enemies are like, you just tank up and fight them in melee range on this character. So acrobat is good to get into position, but not good once you start attacking or casting. I think acrobat doesn't trigger when you're casting, does it? I think it's just channeling it works. I think that's right. Okay, death yaks. Got the condenser vein. Might be time to pull it out. There's 3 of them. I wanted a few more on the board before I pulled it. Not great, but 5 death yaks. 5 death yaks. What do we do? No poison scrolls. I did have one I could buy, of course. Immolation's in there. That could be fun. I do have 1 pip of fire resistance. But I'm pretty well expecting to get into melee with these guys. Let's see. We're going to back up. Get him poisoned. Boy, what a fireball position there. Too bad I don't have anything like that. Immolation plus spears sound good. Maybe get one of them to fall down a hole. Nope. Hello, snake. Thanks for the positioning there. Alright, new game plan. Poison them. Pull them up. Do what you gotta do. And where are they? They're up there. So definitely prioritizing the thing that's dangerous right now. And pull. Okay. Go back to the other stairs. Get our ammo back. Thought we were down to 2. Still got 3 of them. That's a bit of a bummer, positioning-wise. It worked. I'll take it. Really good staircase positioning for what I'm doing here. Just keep going back and forth. I can take these both at once at this point, but there's just no reason to. Bombard on 36. That's with leather armor on. Okay, just carrying on. Another companions. I like a good companion's curse on my amulet. Melee combat's kind of a bummer, but we're gonna take it. There's Ash finally protecting us from something. Little alarm trap. Harpies. Just one harpy, maybe? Okay, real threat. Let's see, what's he actually doing right now? 18 times 6 is not something to trifle with, that's for sure. Could have used Flame over the water, that would have been nice. Not liking any of my other options here. Probably just go Javelins. Yeah, so that's a bailout situation. Go somewhere else. Sky Shark, kind of annoying. Definitely can be blinded, I think. Yeah, that's a decent chance. 51% after a 91% hit. So we will give him some poison, if I can. Really? Oh, there, okay. Give him some poison this way. Nice. I don't like that frog coming in right now. Cool. What I don't like about that is I had to melee it quite a lot. And that tells me the Hydra is equally problematic. Or, you know, could be equally problematic or worse. Just taking it nice and careful here. Don't want to run into Hydra coming around a corner or something. I say as I then immediately auto-explore. Elephant and boulder beetle. You don't love to see that. Good positioning for my orb up there. Oh, that was bad. Now that's worse. Let's see. Let's go with this approach. Nice. Not too bad. More yaks. Really only concerned about the Hydra here. Nothing else should be terribly dangerous for us. Okay, Gills is something we're going to be casting at some point. Bombard. I guess we're just kind of... oh, I had a curse here. Let's not forget about that. Only one enchant armor. I think I'm going to trust that I find a better shield in Snake. Okay, let's reassess where we're at here. Still have pretty much our basic spells. Bombard's at 21 because I just picked up a sorcery. We have the Self curse. We have all the curses we want except would like to have devices here, and Cunning there would be okay. The main thing though really is more elements. We have only two elements curses. Okay. Actually, I'm pretty comfortable in that position. We've got four companions. Okay. I like to keep that in the 3 to 4 range. I might have overshot. a little on that. I'm definitely not taking any more companions. 2 elements, I'm pretty comfortable with that. Everything else, you kind of just want 1. I've got too much melee, obviously. But I mean, I am hitting things with my stick, so for now, it's not like it's hurting us. We have pretty good curses, I gotta say. And resists-wise, we're missing electricity and gold, but otherwise, looking good. Have no helmet. Yeah, no helmet all game so far. And would really like to find an AoE spell capable of dealing with Orc sooner rather than later. I mean, maybe it turns into a Gels situation. Gels plus Orb probably works. Not Orb. What's it called? Battlesphere. Could see that happening. We'll see. See how it goes. Continue to clear through. Layer. Introspection companions. I can't tell you how much I want that, but a 5th companions is... I mean, unless you're rushing something, and I'm not. I've got 2 elements. Maybe I just do it. Honestly, like... Is it optimal? No. What companions am I even getting rid of at any point? This kite shield, I'm getting rid of it. And yeah. I've got a helmet left to curse when I find it. A 2nd introspection, you can't complain about that, or companions. You just can't say no. The question is that the armor? I don't love it. Boy, oh boy. I just hate the idea of having negative cold resistances at any point. I mean, maybe Ice Dragon Scales is the answer. For now, because it actually does work. Gives me a ton of armor. You're not casting this stuff for now. Boy, I really don't want to curse that, though. It's going to take a long time to get your spells online. Whoops. Doesn't actually solve our resist problem either. It just changes it. I'm a bit stuck here right now, armor-wise. Yeah. I'm going to take it. Bombard now at 17. Gals at 26. And we're just going to hope that I find something that uses that companion's curse, because I've got 5 of them. That is a ton. So we're looking for Haunt. We're looking for Summon Horrible Things. Or Hellfire Mortar, of course. Happy with any of those. Whoops. Okay, Shoals and Snake are our S branches. Snake is good. Shoals, I could take it or leave it. Used to hate it. Couple ice blasts. 5 scrolls of blinking. So good. There's no excuse for dying at this point. That's for sure. And we find the reason we have cold resist right now. Or rather, why we don't have negative cold resist and kept this armor on. There's our helmet. Is it good? Certainly acceptable. In fact, we have an extra armor enchantment, which we're going to use. I like to use those early. Some people would argue, save them for your in-game items. And my argument is that by the time I've got to the end game, the game is won anyway, and I don't really need it. When I do need the extra armor is in dungeon, early dungeon, now-ish. Kind of doesn't matter as much, but I'm still going to take it. Rather than hanging on and hoping that I find, a good piece of armor that is +0. Seems a little silly to me. I'm going to put that on quick cast because I'll be using it quite a lot here. What was that? Teleportation trap. Cunning and ranged. No thanks. We're specifically looking for elements, devices, like at least elements, and then hopefully something acceptable. I guess I should say we're looking for elements now. Something good? Not really, no. Okay, layer 5. Pretty easy entrance. Ooh. Whoops. Easy, and I even made a mistake. Can't complain too much. Never did find that Hydra, did I? On L3. It's still up there somewhere. That's fine. That's a good place for it. Far away from me. Yeah, we're going to save that zone back there. We spawned really close to the vault, which is interesting. Yeah, that was bad positioning. Try that. Just make sure this direction is clear before we go in too deep there. Alright, feeling tanky enough that we're going to go for optimal positioning here against elephants. And we'll see if that was a good position, considering that I can't get my orb to stay alive. There you go, and that's where the mana regen amulet really coming in handy. Just carries you right through the battle. Orb looking very efficient. Gotta love it. There's elements and introspection. Couldn't ask for anything better on my +2 helmet. Man, we are really off to the races here on spellcasting. 8% on Bombard. Yes. Finish this fight and then we're going to get Gels as well. Come on, get them in here. Okay, Gels at 14, Servitors 26. That's what our companions is for, I guess. Servitor with Bombard by the end of layer. Almost. What? Oh. Might be about time to go to bed. I am misclicking here. More often than I'd like to say. No, I'd like to see. First thing we go get, if we don't find anything interesting here, is the staff in the shop. Hoping it is, say, an element staff, a cold staff, or something even better. Second wizardry ring, which we are not going to be using. All right, great. Death Yaks already. That dude. And step. Just being very careful on the retreat. Just always making sure we've got one step, one position where we can step away from the blast. There we go, got him. Okay, so let's see here. Down to 6% on this. Really nice. I still miscast it. Good stuff. Really love it. Nice. Still don't have our big screen-wide AoE, but feeling strong all the same. Scale mail of positive energy I do not need. Oh, that's a bit of a bummer, isn't it? Not a good layer 5. Okay. So we're going to go see what this staff is. I think. I don't like my weapon as it is now. It has bad curses on it, and the -C sucks. So, staff and fire, totally acceptable. Get rid of that. Staff of fire. Yeah, so I was actually at 6 pips of piety there for layer 5, and it felt like it. Very, very strong. Only thing I'm missing now is our elect. So, yeah, watch out for electricity. Otherwise, looking great. That was a good purchase. I think we've got our eyes on the Quicksilver Dragon Scales again now. Potentially. Don't really need anything else here. At this point, I think we go through Orc before we buy that. Just see what other kinds of options we have. Might be something good there. Of course, we're not doing Orc until we have a better spell for it. I'm not sure what that looks like right now. It could just be Servitor. Might be fine. I mean, mana regen with Bombard and Battlesphere right here is very good. This guy's a bit scary. He's also got Iron Shot, etc. Not a good chance to blind. Still no Curare. Let's step away. Make sure my other stairways are clear. What we don't want to do is fight him near rocks. So, yeah, that's not great positioning. Main goal here is to flank that dude, Jorgund. That was bad positioning. My orb couldn't shoot him. More Wand of Light. I'll always take that. More companions and self. Boy, I don't know how you don't take that. It's getting ridiculous, and it is diminishing returns. But that is the 3rd self, 4th self, which would be nice. And you're missing out on devices, dodging, and stealth. I think you take it. It's just so good. I mean, look at that. Servitor's at 16. So we just learned that now, apparently. Really early to get that online. This is like an Orb of Fire killer, and we're using it on D12. Gotta love to see it. Well, he's just in a terrible spot, isn't he? I'm gonna shout. Get him to come around the corner. Come on, come find me. And then we're gonna hit him with a net, 55%. Hit him with some poison. Get my dude on him. Okay. Wow. That felt strong. Okay. Anything good? Nope. Nothing that we need. Another shop. Scroll blinking. Don't need it. Poison has its uses. Not going to buy it, I think, realistically, because I have Condenser Vein. Moving on. It's a vault, locked vault, with a teleporter. No, staircase. You gotta dig into that, which I am able to do for an ignite poison. And the Damnation Arbalest, which I'm totally not using, but that is a cool weapon. Very fun. It's the only thing we want in there. It's a little spooky, and we don't need it. I think we can get it on the way back up. It's on D12. So way back up, we'll get it. This should be pretty much a cakewalk here. These guys immune to cold? No, one pip. He's going to teleport, potentially. Yep. Using your in-game spells at this stage sure is good. See, I don't have Acrobat anymore. I do have lots of armor. And he's only got one eye. So Atroba just always works, I guess. What do you think? Sure feels like it. Another one? Tag team him with Bombard. Yeah, okay, I get it. Always going into intelligence, as we're given the option here. Strength and dex are fine. There's no more stat drain, so nothing to worry about there. We're never going to use anything with encumbrance over 7, so you don't need strength. Shield is, or dex rather, just affects shield and EV a little bit. So yeah, just get more spells. Look at that. Literally any of the spells I want to find, I can just cast them right away already. Distressingly furry leather armor. Well, check those out maybe after work. Apparently my servitor can shoot through Battlesphere as well. That's pretty cool. Did not realize that. Oh, I'm sorry, were you a unique? I didn't notice. Huh. That would have been nice to find really early on. Totally not worth it at this point. Come on, Battlesphere, you weren't supposed to sidestep. What's up with that? Okay, they're not playing games, are they? Okay, these guys paralyzed, so that's a bit dangerous with 2 of them. Come on, give me something good. Nope. Huh. Gosh, shot that as a reflect guy. Let's not do that. Let my servitor do that if he wants to. Okay. This could be a little spicy. Let's see. Or, you know, you just stand there dodging while Ramparts does the work. There's that staff I just bought. A little bit of a bummer. Just out of curiosity, Quicksilver Dragon Scales gives me almost 10 extra armor. Makes my spells quite a bit worse. We're gonna wait just a bit longer. You lose the cold res as well, of course. Hello. Here's one of those places where you wish you had some willpower. Take him, friend. That works. So many elves. I've got a lot of vault, like tough vault areas this game. Kind of interesting. More than I usually get, that's for sure. But I also can't complain about the amount of armor, the curses I'm getting, right? All feels very good. I think we're gonna take a pause here. Pick back up tomorrow. Okay, just coming back to the game after a 24-hour break. Let's see where we're at. Very much on the Bombard Servitor game plan. 6 pips of Ash already. I know we got a Vault with Ignite Poison on D12, so we are just going down and carrying on. Remember what my Bombard is. There we go. Right near the Vault's entrance, it looks like. Cruisy entrance probably means the final vault's going to be packed. Let's see. Slam those guys against the wall. That's always fun. Yells is just so powerful. Honestly, it's like when you don't have any other move that's optimal, you just look for a direction that Gels works, and it's almost always good. Alright. Kite shield there. Is that any good? Nah, just standard. We're just going to retreat around this corner. So that Necromancer can't do what it's trying to do. Get our orb, get our other dude here. Okay. Battlesphere very much still useful here, even though you got Servitor. I mean, why not? Super mana efficient. That plus the mana regen amulet really doing some work for us. Mike, get all the summons out. Get prepared. Get ready. Nah, Servitor just one-shots him, no problem. Whoops. really just looking for a spell at this point. I mean, our resists are fantastic. I'd take electricity resist, obviously. But we're cruising. We don't need our elect until Snake. We still have Orc to go through. Okay, triple stairway entry with yak doors. Not particularly fun. Let's see, just being cautious here. Always got to remember. Got Gels. I'd like to do this maneuver right here, but not just yet. Let's throw something, I guess. Yeah, chance to blind. Pretty good. Do it again. Why not? We'll step in, recast. No trouble there. With this much, with defenses this high and damage as good as Servitor's Bombard, as long as you don't play foolishly, shouldn't be too much trouble for quite a long time. Yeah, barbs. What does Gels look like here? It's probably a bad decision. Oh no, the alarm trap would be covered if I did that. Yeah, let's do it. We'll pull them, and then we're just going to retreat from there. Prefer not to get hit with barbs at this point. There we go, that helps. Servitor gone already. Okay. Now let's go this way. Get them off me. I could damage them this way, but more of a defensive maneuver there. Servitor taking his time. No rush from him. In the end, I didn't pull any of these guys, huh? That's what I really wanted to pull. Yep, that looks nice. Servitor doesn't mind getting bashed around a little bit. This is almost like one of the depth vaults that I see pretty often. Oh. Okay. Maybe that's why. Yeah, I mean, it looks just like one of the, like, you know, depths 2 or 3 vaults that you get sometimes. I don't know if I've seen that as a D15. I almost feel like I'm not playing .33 anymore. What's going on here? I definitely am. Oh, misclick there. The thing about having to wait until the evenings is that oftentimes I'm tired by the time I start playing again, and then I get clumsy with my clicks, I think. But sometimes you just don't get a chance to play throughout the day when you got 2 kids that randomly wake up from their naps and need you to rush to their attention. So here we are in the evening on a cup of coffee, trying to play at a high level. Let's see how it goes. Actually, hmm. Let's get them away from me. I'll kill one of them, swap with him. Is he invisible? No, why is Servitor not attacking him? It sure seemed like he wasn't attacking. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Did that fail? It did. Locked me in place. Not great. Nothing says I can't cast it again, though. Let Servitor get in there. I don't need to stand toe-to-toe with a Cyclops for any reason. At least it looks like there's going to be some good loot here. Taking a long time to get through this section. Let's see. That seems fine. Pull back, Servitor up front. A lot of miscasts here, despite having a pretty good chance to successfully cast. Okay. Phantomir, always good. So many rings that we're not using. More willpower, more dexterity. Just get rid of all that. Guess I'll clear out. Looks like the main baddie is down there. So let's go ahead and clear everything else out first. Oops, still have darts on F/Q. That's alright. Get that off there right now, though. Looks like a good candidate for that. Definitely want to take care around those ogre mages with paralyze and our low willpower. That's one of the one things Ash doesn't protect you against. And another. They can just ruin your day if they're in a pack. Oh, this looks good. Doesn't hurt any of my guys. There we go. Come on, Yaktor, come around the corner. Well, not great, but it's better than the one I've got, and I might use that at some point. I kind of like that talisman. There's very little downside to it for a caster. Be nice if it came with resists or something. Servitor destroyed. Definitely want to take care. Okay. See what's in store for us down here. Nessos. I think he is weak to blind. Kinda. And we're retreating. Are we? Or are we doing this? That looks nice. Yeah, do that. Let's see. Yep, Servitor is stuck in place. I'll just shift these guys like that. And then Atropa again, potentially. Oof. Not what you want to see there. Yeah, I think that's a good place to start retreating. There we go. He blinked to the wrong position, left himself open. Definitely want to stay away from that. Servitor can take him, hopefully. Not looking good for Servitor. Okay, we got there. Was that the big baddie? Or did we not get to that area yet? Can't tell. There's our lightning damage dude. He got destroyed. Cool. I mean, for as long as this vault is taking, at least we're getting some loot. Ring of not a lot of good stuff, so we'll ignore that. Okay, Shadow Dragon. We have negative resists. I think I'm going to just pull one of these maneuvers to back out of here and do some damage to it at the same time. The brain was actually my biggest worry there. Amulet of Reflection, bit of a pain for a Bombard Servitor, but no problem. And here comes Dragon. So we're going to pull him back. Oops, wrong button. Let's see what we've got. No trouble. Seven Scrolls of Blinking. Get rid of that junk ring. Probably saving. I don't have a summoning scroll still. I know I had one for sale somewhere. I don't use torment scrolls, so we'll replace that. Okay, let's see what kind of loot we get. Yeah. Book of the Dragon. Realistically, don't think I'll use any of that. Could use some dragon later on. Absolutely have the summoning curses for it. It's already at 92%. It's possible. Hood of the Assassin. That's one of our few elements curses. And Self. That's a good curse. You know, realistically, I'd just be getting that for stealth, the stealth bonus, because I don't stab realistically and I have detect. I think I'm going to leave that on the ground, surprisingly enough. There's our elect. We're going to take that with us in case we find some kind of better fire resist in this ring. We'll switch my staff out and switch on to the arc blade just for the resistances. What else can we get rid of here? Berserker Rage. I'm going to use it. Might realistically can go too. Brand Weapon I do not need. And Wellspring. Nothing good on it, but we might use it. Get rid of that. Ring of Flight, don't need it. Okay, that was a long D15. We've had some interesting late dungeon levels. I looked back, it was D9 that was hard. And then cruisy until D15, and then you get this super dense D15. Okay, let's just look at the shops, see where we're at here. Yeah, I mean, we got 1,500 gold, but we're not buying anything until we're done with mines. Now, the trouble there is we don't have a lot of AoE. There's always Fireball. You know, I don't really like Fireball most of the time. 3d17 ain't bad. 43% power. Does trigger the orb at range, which we basically don't have right now, except Bombard, of course. How many amnesias do we have? Because that's definitely amnesia target for later on. But I could see, let's just make sure we don't have a spell book here. No. Okay. Well, I think you do it. Amulet of Magic Regen, it's probably just a fireball solution for Orc. It's the best AoE I've got. It's 3 dice of 17, plus our orb. Here we go. Okay, what's his chance to paralyze me? 38%. Obviously not great if he does. Pretty low risk. Get our summons out first. And now he's the primary target, but I've also got this. I can't hurt anybody with yells right now, but not without moving. Okay, solves that. I'll just do this to get a shot from the orb. And then one of these guys here, I can reach him though. Boom, blow him up. Frozen Rampart's still doing work on these little orcs. Okay, so here's a situation where there's only one entryway. Obviously, we're on Arc 1. Pretty dangerous mobs coming in. We want to secure this for certain. So start with Condenser Vein. Check our Atropa. Yeah, it's not great. 40% paralysis, just so we know where we're at. 39 isn't good either. Phantom Mirror could be fun here. I mean, why not? It's very likely to recharge. And now I'm looking at Gels to move them away from me, probably. At some point. If we went up like this, that moves them back. Okay, so now we can reposition. Did I kill my Phantom Mirror on that? By casting that? I think I did, didn't I? Uh-huh. Well, that was a bit silly, wasn't it? I forgot doing any damage to them, and they're just like, nope, I'm gone. Now we're just going to pass some turns, probably. Yep, he just dies. Lots of damage over time on him. 3 stacks of poison, ramparts, you got the servitor on him. Just going to pass turn so I can get into melee range and do freeze to trigger the orb. Same there. And we've secured the entrance. So I always like doing that. I expended rechargeable evocables to secure that, and I think that's fine. The only mistake there was using mirror and then undermining it immediately thereafter. Whoops. Oh well. Job. Mission accomplished, I guess I should say. There's another condenser vein. I'm probably not buying that. Honestly, don't care for it. It did some work there a little bit, but what is our armor right now? Yeah, just cold leather, +0 cold leather. So we are definitely looking for a upgrade to that. Hello. Can we do anything fun with this? We can hit all of them this way? It's a bit risky, but yeah, let's do it. It's a bit of fun there, huh? Okay, we're looking at this guy now. We got 28 armor. Not terribly concerned. Also has to have Gels up. So I could just do it again. Servitor won't mind. Here we go. Okay, that's so good. Just passing turns. No rush. Nice and patient. The ogres coming around the corner do say that you got to watch for ogre mages popping up with their paralyze effects. That's the main worry here. Snorg shouldn't be any trouble, I think. If Servitor would get in the right position, that'd be nice. Yeah, we'll just save Gels. Atropa, pretty good chance. There we are. Okay. This is going quickly, so we're just going to unleash. +3 Troll armor. I'm just going to take note of it, I guess, rather than worry too much about it. I am a big fan of getting resistances. I know a lot of people think resistances are fake for some reason, but I mean, at this point, it is the #1 defense. Like, I have a range of defenses in the teens across the board, so we are just trying to stack resistances right now. That's where my mind's at. Big thing getting electrical resistance sooner rather than later. Obviously not willing to give up my fire resistance staff to get it currently, but soon enough, we'll find an answer. Okay, we'll just wait on that a second. Make sure we're comfortable. And we're not going to get flanked here. Oop. Froze me there for a second. Good thing too, because I didn't notice the distortion axe coming in. Okay. Looks like we have one of the multi-chambered ones. +2 row of fire resistance. Yes, please. I could definitely see switching into that later. You love to have 2 pips of fire resistance by Zot. 3 is better. 1 is obviously doable, but if you can do better than that, do it. Whoops. I was thinking that was Bombard, but all good. Yeah, not doing that, obviously. Get him dead ASAP. Should have known better than that. Should have taken a second to think about positioning there, because had I stepped literally anywhere else, that alarm wouldn't have gone off. You have cancellation, not going to waste it. Unexplored upstairs there, so we are. I mean, we can hold our ground here, or we can retreat into the open, and I think we're doing that. I'm going to go with Gals. Resummon this guy. He can help clear our path while we move. Alarm is, our mark is gone. Okay, that was a good retreat, given that there's a warlord up there. Okay, those aren't online quite yet. This situation, we do have another stairway at the bottom there, where if we go up this stairway to retreat, it's not closed off to us because of these enemies. So we're going to pull back, expecting to go up that stairway and come down the other one. And we have gills here, so we're going to get them into a position where we can buy ourselves a bit more time. 40% chance to blind him and it works. That's nice. You always love to see that. Then we'll just fireball. Hopefully that's good enough. It is. Nice. Okay. I should note that fireball, I have the fire staff empowering it, so all the more reason to be using that. Nope. There we go. Seven amnesias. That was a stack of 3. Nice. I am a big fan of amnesias. I like to learn spells like I did this time. Battlesphere 2, it's just like, it gets you through this little section of the game, and we're going to definitely unlearn it later. So I do that every game often. So having lots of them really helps get your late game spells online by the time you come around to it. Can we do anything fun with this? No. No, we don't want to do that. We'll save it for some kind of repositioning trick, probably. That works right there. Okay, we should probably be retreating from the Mighted Halberd guy. All we have to do here, with mana for it, that's okay. Let's pull back a little further so we can cast our Servitor. And we'll do the work for us. Another +2 rogue fire resistance. Hey, glad we waited on that. Robe of Resistance, +2. That's our solution for now. In fact, it's good enough to just immediately get rid of this armor. Pop that on, not that one. Robe of Resistance. Get rid of the Robe of Fire. Now we have the option of getting rid of the staff, putting on the knife to get our elect, and have one of every resistance. But we're going to be patient because I also want 2 pips at least of fire resistance. So we're just going to see what else we can find. Do I have good gloves? +2 gloves. Oh, fly. So not in a hurry to replace those. Helm of Intelligence is elements and self +2 already. I mean, that's probably worth purchasing. Yeah, go back there. Sometimes I like to keep an eye on these enchanted weapons, just for stats and things. There's Necronomicon. Haunt should be online, and it is. That's a good find. Revivification, I sometimes use that. Late game is just the panic button. Probably buying that. And there's Hellfire Mortar. So we've been hoping to get this already at 44% power. So this is the absolute priority that's getting bought right now. And you will know why soon enough if you're not already familiar with the spell. So as far as I'm concerned, the game is now over. It's just executing using the spell. I do very much like Haunt with the Hellfire Mortar. Anything flying, any summon with flying is really good. And of course, we have flying too, so we are really looking strong now if we weren't before. Can't quite buy Helm of Intelligence and Necronomicon, so we're going to favor the Necronomicon since all of these things are online to cast, and I do want Haunt right away. So Hellfire Mortar goes on quick cast. That is the only spell you need now, really, but everything else is just support. And we can start using our Amnesia Scrolls here, getting rid of things like Ice Beast. Always getting rid of Ice Beast and Ramparts. Pretty much as soon as you start using Amnesia, that's what you're using them on. Ice Beast is now replaced with multiple different types of summons that are much, much better. And Ramparts, although it is nice AoE damage, it's only 1d8. And so, yeah, I mean, at this point, realistically, we're never getting close to anything either, optimally. Mephitic Cloud, we're past that at this point. I'd be happy to learn it if the main goal wasn't just kill everything fast, right? At this point, we have loud spells and we have super high damage, and it's just kill everything before it can get to you is the game plan, and it should be easy to execute. Love it. 5% miscasting twice. But yeah, Hellfire Mortar miscasts are really not a big deal. Enough so that even at 20% chance of failure on that, I am still casting it. And just keeping in mind on how corroded I get or how contaminated I get. but Companion's Curse is really paying off here. Having this online, getting it on, using it as soon as we find it. So I'm probably going to talk a lot about this throughout this playthrough, but here's one of the most boring but effective ways to play. Just block the entryway and then let everything die. Easy peasy. Works against everything, including Orbs of Fire. Another Robe of Resistance, if we didn't already have one. Okay, so we had a couple of upstairs here. Just stepping in and casting it at an angle where we can hit the most stuff. You're basically casting it on cooldown if there are enemies around. Hand cannon there, but doesn't matter. We don't need any more damage. We only need defenses at this point. Yeah, so that's work. I can buy the Helm of Intelligence, so really with this robe, we're looking to put elements on it. And then we'll get rid of this elements in self, which is a bummer, but put the intelligence helm on and then look for another good curse. We're just being really patient, obviously, with curses. At this point, we don't need to rush anything. We'll just wait till robe is cursed, switch out helmet. I know I talked a lot about Quicksilver Dragon Scales early in the game, but I mean, nothing is better when you've got money. Nothing is better than Hellfire Mortar. Just isn't. So we might come back around to this again. Realistically, though, with the Robe of Resistances and looking like this, you gotta have Aralak before you go into Zod, I believe. So I would be willing to give up fire at some point. The fire staff here to get that, if that's what it comes to. I'd really like to find it on. I'm being picky now. Boots? Yeah, I'll take Aralek boots, please. That's kind of what we're looking for. Kind of unrealistic, so we're going to have to make a decision about that at some point. We're going to go Snake Pit, try to find a better shield, because that's also on the to-do list. If you don't know, Mortar cuts through stone walls, fires 2 piercing bolts of magma per turn, can push your flying summons in front of it, so you'll see me use that at some point with Servitor. And because there did it, wasn't terribly effective that time, but whatever. Also works as a mobile and temporary dig, which if you have fly, which you can use to get through walls. It also, works as a one-way wall. It doesn't affect you. Like this, you get on the other side of it, enemies can't cross. Pretty good. I did say we wanted our elect before we came into Snake, but plans change basically when you get Hellfire Mortar, because, as I said just a few minutes ago, the entire plan now is just do more damage than they can, faster. Look at that, elements and companions. I gotta tell you, the luck on the Ashenzari curses here is higher than average, no question. Okay, we're down to 4% on Hellfire Mortar, even after all that switching. You just got to think about it in terms of efficiency. I could be casting Bombard on these guys, and obviously it would do the job. But just why? There's Magic Dart. I could have used that earlier. Just to trigger my sphere. And maybe at some point we use the Battle Sphere again. What, to pass the time or something? Because you don't need it, right? I apologize for the riveting gameplay that you are about to see now with Hellfire Mortar. It's one of those things where it is just optimal play to do stuff like this and wait till your enemies die when they can't attack you. Cunning and Fortitude. Could use Cunning. Prefer Devices. Then either of those, I think. We know we're going to get rid of our shield at some point. Sork and Comp. Certainly good on companions. Sork, I have redundancies there. So I don't need any of that. Wearing a robe, so Fortitude is kind of not good. We're going to move on. We can do better. Okay. I was going to retreat from that, but Hellfire Mortar solved that problem for me. How many times can I miscast a 3% failure rate spell? A bunch, apparently. Just cruising. Peek through here real quick. Only time we really got to get serious is when we see the electricity guys without our elect, especially when there was going to be two of them right there. They can get scary. Cunning and sorcery, we're going to pass on that. Okay, time to get serious. We have no RLEC. Have a single potion of resistance, which I think we're going to use. I mean, this is immediately a problem. One of the things we can do, because of the positioning that we ended up with here, is this little trick, which lets us hide. Gets us away from that alarm trap as well. And so we are definitely going for it. And look at this. I mean, another elect guy. So now our resistances are good. Still can't let Nicola get close to us because of his chain lightning. And it is bugged in this version of the game, doing more damage than it ought to. They fixed that in the new version. Or in the trunk, rather. Good candidate for light. Because if he's blind, he can't hit us. Probably. Maybe. Higher chance of it. Let's try it. Blind is good. And now we're just gonna do more damage than he can do. Cloak of Poison resist. I mean, this ring is doing so much work right now. But now that Nicola's gone, I didn't need my silence scrolls. That's kind of all that I keep those for. I'm going to switch that. Might carry it with me. Figure out something else later for that. Love it. He just instantly teleports things around me as soon as he sees me. Good candidate here for Gels if we're worried about it. I just don't know if we are, to be honest. So I can just slide them all along without me moving. Because of how I shot that mortar, though, it's not helping me as I fight. I'm just going to play it safe. Shuffle those guys along, and then follow it. Asterion, okay. Let's just change our plans. Go back the other way. Get a reset. Cast that. And yeah, easy. Sometimes he has a good shield, so not today. Again, with the cunning and fortitude, it really wants me to take cunning. I'd take it, but I'd rather have devices. We can be patient. We can afford it. So here's another thing that Mortar can do is cover up traps. Really strong in Zot. The only thing you gotta remember is those are gonna pop back up as soon as it starts turning back into floor instead of lava. Hey, Kite Shield of Cold Resist. Would have been better, but at least we get some kind of resist. So, yep, we will take that. At this point, we don't need Immolation because Hellfire Mortar does that job just fine. Go pick up our 10th Blink Scroll. I thought we were on 8. It's hard to pay attention anymore. Okay. Not used to talking this much while I play. Hopefully I don't lose my voice at this rate. Still taking electric snakes pretty seriously. I like this little Aryan snake with the lava water snake wave going through it. Not an obstacle when you have fly. Still kind of neat to look at. I like to appreciate some of the designs because you know somebody put some effort into working on them. We've seen a good number of nice looking ones in this game. Right. Could have checked that before I shot it off. Not that it matters. Can't go through unbreakable walls with this. And again, I'm doing that. Jeez. Okay, look at this. Smash everything. What's this guy got? Reflection. We don't care about that. Get hit with the force. Lance. We'll just reposition and restart that fight. Try to do it better this time. Okay, running low on mana. And lots of dudes with might. So step back, recharge, reposition. Like that, I've still got my lava opening up this upper portion for a few more turns, 3, 4. So open up another one, and now I've trapped some guys here. Only thing you gotta worry about is the lava dude, who dies pretty quickly. Do that, block ourselves in. Just passing time, letting it shoot. Not terribly afraid of a single trident snake here. Definitely taking care to not make a misclick in this position. It feels like I don't have our poise, but I do. Just really taking a lot of damage from that. Ice Shield of Reflection. Maybe. One thing you can do with Mortar and Gels, now that I've cast it, it is an immovable object. And so I can just buy myself some space here and force my servitor forward and just follow behind. That hurt. Okay, escape and damage on the guy that's hurting me. Just kind of checking the items as we go through. Pretty easy snake, as expected with Hellfire Mortar. Revivification is down to 9%. Don't have anything else we want to get right now, I don't think. Still waiting on a curse for the helmet before I switch into the shield. So now our option is do shoals or do vaults. And doesn't really matter. I'm going to do shoals. There's that Hydra we left earlier. See what he thinks of a Hellfire mortar. Oh, I was standing on top of it. Okay. Already surrounded a little bit here. What we want to do is position ourselves away from water. Because you have things like that water elemental over there that can hit us for 3d17 on water strike. That's something to avoid. We've got a spear thrower up top and the drake that can push us around. So we're going to stick close to our Hellfire mortar, watching for everything I just said. There we go. We'll just use that bit of lava to separate ourselves from the turtle, who died immediately. No problem. Just step out, heal. We've carved ourselves out a landing zone here that we can defend now. And it's just the same game plan. Run around, cast mortar. Don't make too many misclicks. The real challenge with this game. Clicking accuracy. Fly is obviously really good here once again. Just full explore this area. More tiles uncovered means more curses offered. Do I just take devices? I've got double elements. I've got a bunch of companions. I've got 2 self curses. I'm getting rid of Sork and Comp immediately. So I think yes. And then go ahead and use, we could save it in case we want that cloak. Nah. I'll take the extra shield right now. Almost always looking to take as much advantage early as you can rather than put it off till later. Because you don't need any advantage later once you're overpowered, which we already are basically. I don't know when a non-Gnoll of Ash would get Hellfire Mortar online if they were really trying. Certainly not this early, I expect. Oops, get away from that. Sphinxes can be a bit scary with their curses, and the Siren up here, no, Aquamancer, I mean, does Primal Wave, 3d22, throw Icicle, so she's a primary target as well. Just keep pushing back any flying targets like that. Boy, so many Aquamancers. Was that 3? Yeah. Servitor killed 1. 2 more coming. There's another one. 2 more coming. Boy, that could have... None of them cast their Primal Wave, but seems like if they really wanted to, that could have been bad. You know, Amulet of Mana Regen here is like, yeah, just about paying for the Hellfire Mortar by the time it's done. I think I lose 2 mana on a cast. By the time it's done, you've recouped 5 of your 7 mana spent. There's Crystal Spear. We will probably switch to that. I don't know. We have enough amnesias that, again, it's like you get so many amnesias, you might as well just make the minor upgrade, right? Quick timeout here. Hope you can't hear that background noise. If you can, I will try to take it out. Gell's Tambourine is actually my favorite evocable. I told you earlier Lightning Rod was, but how could I forget about that? I mean, the repositioning and lockdown of this is unbeatable. I think that's a cheaper Lightning Rod as well, so we'll come back to the store. At least getting the Tambourine. It is always good. Always a good escape, always a good lockdown, good for positioning, etc. So there's another mirror. Beguiling and Elements. That's going to be a definite yes. On the Kite Shield. Now we're down to 1% on Mortar. Where are we on Dragon's Call? It's 71. You know, I think I'm just going to demonstrate something erring on the side of safety. Getting rid of Fireball here to learn Revivification. That is easily the most cautious play you've seen me do this entire game. I like doing it. I think it's well worth having. We're going to hope we never have to cast it all game long. But I mean, those spell slots are sitting there unused. Might as well have a panic button online, I figure. Kind of funny. Also, we have Haunt online here at 1%. Haven't used it a single time. Kind of forgot we had it. Just doesn't matter. But, you know, when the Aquamancers came up earlier, throwing a Haunt on one of them, well, the Hellfire Mortar was going to the east on that map would have been a good play. But like I said, I kind of forgot I had it. Biggest weakness of Hellfire Mortar is Hubris. So make sure you bring your Hubris resistance. Okay. Make sure we stay away from that distortion brand. Hiding from the Sphinx behind my servitor there as well. Again, let's look at our willpower. We have 1 pip of willpower. The things like Mesmerize are common threats in shoals, which we don't have to worry about, but there is Vex from the Sphinx. There could be a Paralyze Sphinx as well. So that's kind of what you're looking for in terms of willpower threats here. Otherwise, it's the cold damage from things like this water elemental. And the Aquamancers, they bring water with them as well. So you got to watch for that. But now we're at 2 pips of cold resist. So here we are standing on the water fighting an Aquamancer. Not optimal. Also not threatening at this point, so that's cool. Okay, Shoals 4 already. We've got Rock Wall, Ruin zones here. So that's really nice for Mortar. I can just do things like that. And then kind of step into view, let the flyers come through. Taking care with our Mortar not to cover up the stairs. Because then our escape is blocked, would be blocked. Don't want to do that. Use Haunt once for good measure. Let the ghosts know I care about them. That room didn't have anything in it. I expect loot in every room, please. Unacceptable. Just do something like that, shoot it right through the wall. And then we'll go ahead and step in case that Aquamancer gets scary. So many Aquamancers in this shoals. Silver Javelineer over there. So we're going to make our way to a walled highbind. I think, oh, you know, maybe I'll just step back and let Mortar kill both of those threats at the same time. Just being patient. Javelineer, you got too close. There's our silver javelins that we'll take to Zot with us. Never know when that's what you end up using. It happens from time to time. You just get into a position, it's like, well, silver javelin happens to be the best player. Got 7 of them, that's plenty. And we have 16 ranged weapon skills. I haven't spent much time on this page. If you're curious what my skills look like, we're approaching 20 on the things we care about, which are summoning, elements, fighting, spellcasting, but pretty much everything else is like 17, 18, 16 is evocations, which we do care about, but that's pretty good. I mean, how many characters level to 16 in evocations? Not too many, I would say. But evocations are very, very strong. And they're free for us, so why not? We will absolutely use them. Ranged weapons. It's just begging me to throw spears at some point. Happy to oblige. They saved us earlier. Well, saved is a generous term, I guess, but they definitely put the kill on that early Tengu. I don't think at any point in this game we felt particularly close to death. We had that D9 encounter with the centaur. Took us down to half health. I think that's about as low as I've been. Really comfortable game. And it's been, to be fair, it's been a game that's thrown some decent threats our way, but also given really good gear, right? The gear matches the level of threat that we've faced so far quite well. It's felt like a very balanced game in that sense. Okay, done with that. 2 ruins down, 720 gold. Still without lightning resistance. Just can't buy that tambourine, 40 gold or something like that. I think we're going to switch to Crystal Spear. The Servitor is really the only thing casting it at this point, so use one of our many Amnesia Scrolls on Bombard. Pick up Crystal Sphere. Also not using Battle Sphere anymore, realistically, so if I find something, something like Yara's Unraveling would definitely be my top pick right now. Would also take MCC. Always love to see that. So we're going to go to bolts. We're going to clear 1 through 4 just for experience and loot before we go to slime. Totally good enough to do slime right now with Hellfire, Mortar, and Servitor, but I err on the side of caution for the 3rd ruin. The only times I ever have close calls, it seems like, are 3rd ruin situations. So we'll just not do that. We'll be as prepared as possible. Okay, guy, I see you. Here's where Yaras would come in handy. I could just dispel that, but just killing him quicker is also an option. Kill that guy, block the doorway. A Sif library with no books. That doesn't seem fair. Interesting to note, if I didn't have fly and I wanted to use Gels, I could block my movement with the lava. Works just fine. Instead, I have to block my movement with walls if I don't want to move like this. Otherwise, you could cast it against the lava like I am now, and it still wouldn't move you. So, if you're looking for creative ways to use that combo, there are so many options available. Hello, cool tridents. Obviously not doing any of that, but it's fun. Yet another amnesia scroll. I'm going to watch out for that or revise. They can be scary just because of the shape-shifting curse or whatever they do. Test your willpower. Turn me into a tree or a pig or something. That wouldn't be any good inside of a group of enemies. Let's move into an open room. Kind of funny how long I didn't use the Gels Gavette before I tried it the first time, and it was like, oh, this is just a take me every game kind of spell, isn't it? It is. It just, it's like Hellfire Mortar in the sense that it's highly versatile, has plenty of uses. Like I said before, it's one of those things where it's like, if you have no other options or just like nothing feels like a great play, you just see what Gels can do for you, and it's great, oftentimes. I mean, look at this. I don't even have to move here. I can shift all of them, do damage. It's just so good. Pairs great with Mortar. Does not pair well with summons, but, there aren't too many summons you care that much about. Most of the time, anyway. Alright, I see you. Get in my way. And there's a mark. Okay, so we are retreating this way. Retreating while using the mortar. I'm going to give Mortar a couple shots before we use Gels, which breaks the Convoker's summon, I think. Does it? I sure think it does. I think if you move them, it cancels their spell that they're channeling. I hope I'm telling the truth about that. Get Haunt in here. Look how many of those that damage us. We're going to do that. Sitting here thinking, we should have went and bought that tambourine. Good positioning for that right now. What do we have a lot of? Linking scrolls, we're not using that. Single summoning scroll, I think I have some I can buy though. You know, we have 2 cold resists, so we're just gonna step. Step again. I think this guy's the scariest thing right now. Yeah, with agony. So, condenser vein. Ooh, nice condenser vein. Can't complain. What's Atropa look like in the sky? Kinda good? Been getting pretty lucky with those, to be fair. Let the ice dudes go ahead and stand in my fire cloud. That's not bad. And now we're just back to plan A. Yeah, so bit of a puzzle there. Never really under threat, I would say. Never took serious amounts of damage. Just needed to delay long enough for the mana to regen. Cast Hellfire Mortar again and resecure our position. "11 blinking scrolls. Now we just need a trove that's like, we need 3 blinking scrolls, please." I would happily flip them over. Multiple mana regen talismans. Just for giggles, I guess, since we've already seen them. I like this tech here, just pushing the servitor along. If you've got, enemies standing far away, maybe behind a doorway somehow, like through a section like this, you can push servitor right through it, get him to attack as he goes. Works with sphinxes, works with haunt if you need it to. It won't push you, obviously. There's Zenyatta. Time to get serious. What'd she hit me with? Resonance Strike. 3 to 7 D15. Uh-huh. This is like anti-Forgecraft. As I stand next to my Forgecraft and I'm about to summon another one. So that's not great. Yep, and that's kind of scary. Stop doing it, please. Cannot see invisible. Not poison immune. Still have not found Curare darts. This whole game. Astonishing. think this is a Gell's situation. Pushes her away, pushes my Forgecraft step away, making her spells weaker. Yeah, nice. Case in point, when you've got no other option that you like, just push them away with Gills. Figure something else out. Level 21, more intelligence. Okay, Bolts 3. Two packs of Yakators potentially. Go toward one, away from the other. Alright, time to have a mortar fight. Let's see if I can do anything tricky here. Not that. Phantom Mirror, 2 mortars versus 1. I mean, I'm just gonna do that for the lulz, right? My guy gets mited initially, like immediately. And then I guess it's like, who gets their mortar out first? It's me. Oh, that's my ally mortar pushing me back. There we go. What kind of hat do we get? Willpower. Don't care. +3 willpower, +2. Yep. I'm going to take my Helm of Intelligence over that. Double Death Knight. Excuse me. Easy. As long as you don't have to directly damage them yourself, they are pretty cruisy. Oh, that's interesting. My mortar got slowed by that ghost. I wonder if it still shoots every turn I take? I think not. I think it has to take a turn itself to fire. I think when I'm hasted, that's what happens. It actually doesn't shoot every turn. It only shoots on its own turn, so slow, even though it slowed it down from moving, doesn't benefit me in any way. Other than keeping the lava online longer. It definitely does that. Because the lava is alive as long as the mortar is alive. Kind of hoping not to let him get in front of the mortar. So we're going to cast Haunt, hopefully blocking from this angle. Block this way. We just don't want him to shoot his orb of destruction at us. Fun robe that we're not going to use. He now drops a robe like that every time you kill him. You kill him 3 times. Get 3 chances at a unique robe. Pretty cool. Battlesphere, not Battlesphere, what's it called? Crystal Sphere is at 10%. Still just casting it often. It's often worth it to take the time to position your Hellfire Mortar optimally to get the most turns out of it or the most value out of the lava or whatever you need at the moment. I often see people playing with Mortar and just kind of, shoot it like this or like get 2 out of it. You've seen me do that a couple times when I'm in tight quarters or something, but in general, it's worth using it to its fullest for mana efficiency reasons. So this is one of my favorite books, the Grand Grimoire. Summon Horrible Things, is my absolute favorite spell in the game. Believe it or not, as much as I talk about Hellfire Mortar, I actually enjoy using Horrible Things more. It just feels like you have an army from the abyss following you around, and it's fun. So it's time to get rid of our Battlesphere. Trade that summon, quote unquote, for the best summons. And we're looking like an in-game character here, through and through. Down to Vaults 4, that'll be our last Vaults level. I used to do Vaults 5. I used to at least consider Vaults 5 after it was my standard go-to because I hated slime, a long time ago. And I've come around on that to completely go the opposite direction and never ever do Vaults 5, only because of the randomness it presents. I don't like, the injury vault with the stairs. Potentially getting locked out with some of the game's worst enemies is no good. Too random for what we're doing here. And so we definitely prefer doing slime just because it's so static. I mean, until recently, it even only had one map. So just very, very static. Now it does a couple different maps, but I mean, what is it, like a handful of them? And they're all very simple. The boss is predictable, has really basic solutions. I mean, you can do it with Scroll of Immolation if you need to. Hellfire Mortar, though, just wrecks slime so hard. Ignition does too. There's just so many solutions. And it's really just one enemy, You don't want to get mutated there. Things like that to look out for. But the Royal Slime, Royal Jelly, is the main threat. So if you have a way to neutralize him, it's like just really consistent, really pretty easy. But I still do all the vaults levels except for 5, just for experience. It has good loot usually. If you need more Ash curses, it has a lot of tiles, like open spaces with unexplored tiles to help you get your curses nailed down. You just look at him holding that gun. It's just a funny and painful. Ow. What was that? Heavy hand cannon. Yeah, geez. Felt like it too. There's my RLAC on a spider talisman, which is really good. If you wanted to use shapeshifting this game, there you go. Be a spider, have lots of resist and other cool stuff. We can probably dump. We're going to dump some of our talismans here that we're not using. You know, we're well past where I would have used Maul. I'm not meleeing anything with the spell set that I have right now. We're going to pick this up, just have a look at it. Lots of EV, but it melds everything, which is just terrible with Ash. You do lose the benefits of any melded armor. So obviously won't be doing that, but having seen that used, it's a cool talisman. I like it. I like the design. 2 scrolls of acquirement. Have I found one this game? I don't think I've found any. But somebody do the calculus on that. 2 scrolls of acquirement for a trove. I don't know if you ever do that. It's borderline. Like, I never give it 3. Do I give it 2? Maybe. This late in the game, acquirement scrolls are like, you know, you're usually taking the gold probably. So maybe? I don't know. It's close. There's Dark Maul. If we happen to get Paragon online at some point, I like Dark Maul. Skull Crusher would be good, but the speed doesn't work on Paragon. I have to be using it's based on my attacks. So something like Dark Maul with Heavy is super good on Paragon. Used that 2 or 3 games ago. Very fun. Not as good as Reaper, but still very good. Probably my second pick for an item for Paragon. Yep, and that's it for Volts. Before I continue to forget, we're going to go pick up Tambourine. Still have 360 gold. So now we go Slime. Just trying to carve out those stones. I can see more stuff. Okay, Rock Slime can do some damage, a little scary. I'm going to give myself some room with the gills. Boy, they just keep coming. Maybe like that. Another gills to shove them away. Did I use Tambourine already? I think so. I could just escape back up, but feeling like a Tambourine here. Oh yeah, I have horrible things. How could I forget? It works super well here. What is that on? It's on E. Yeah, should have cast that earlier. Okay, these eyes are not an issue. They confuse, and I cannot be confused. Engulfed immediately. That's okay. Nice. Just pin him down right there. And slime 5. So we have 4 revelations. This is one of the places I like to use one. And kind of a mid-tier difficulty map here. Not the worst, not the best. Can this mutator get me? No. Can you get me now? Wow, so many mutators. So fog. Do I not have fog? Oh, there it is. Takes 2 turns, so I can get mutated in that time. I think I'm better off stepping down and back. I'm going to be exposed for 1 turn. Make that 2 turns. Okay. I regen my mana here for a minute. Okay, there's our target. So we have 5 haste, 6 brilliances. Usually I'm of the mind to use brilliance against this. So we'll do that. And we'll step across our barrier. Might as well throw. Do I throw? Nah, we're just gonna pass turns. Armor up, and he's down. Come on with the mutators. You know what? I can throw a silver javelin at that. Yep, nice. Disillusion on slime 5. This game is full of surprises. I am fragile. I am corroded by 8. Still have brilliance online. Easy. Sure, just keep throwing mutators at me. Look at this. Look at that. Yeah, no permanent mutations after 10 mutators or something. Ridiculous. Pretty easy slime though, overall. Didn't get the jewel though. Always take more cancel pots. Never know when you need those. Spencer's gloves are cool. Not cool enough. There's our curare. All the way after 3 ruins. That ring is almost good enough to replace this if you count this poison resist cloak as well. But I'm missing negative resist in that case. Here's a Staff of Error. It's probably better to use that than this blade if I'm going to switch to such a thing. Huh. If only that was plus fire resistance, that would be the perfect weapon. The Mule. Gloves of Infusion, no thanks. Hurling is good, but I have light gloves right now, and that's better. Scales of the Dragon King. Surely this encumbrance is too high. I don't remember what it is. Yeah, 23. Because it's a Golden Dragon scale base, so we're not using that. Slay doesn't matter anymore. Yes, it does. It hurts her throwing. But I'm not doing that for any of that. I'm not getting rid of my other ring for any of that. You see what I mean? Okay. So here's where we have to make a decision. About our resistances. We have 2 pips of fire, which I'd like to keep, but no electrical resistance. So we have only found RLX weapons, basically. Not switching into Storm Dragon scales. Too high on the encumbrance. So the Staff of Air is the best bet still. Guess I'm going to save our gold till we get through depths. I might have to think on this. Come back to it tomorrow. It's getting pretty late. Need a snack. Need bed. Come back, having a think about this. I might end up just switching to the staff right now. Go with 1 pip fire resistance. Call it good enough for the time being. We've got a couple resistance pots if we need them. It's not that big of a deal. You know, actually, our resists are pretty good right now for elf as well, except for the RLAC. I think we're going to towns. Okay, back at the game after a good sleep, and just reminding ourselves of what the game plan is here. Want to be summoning horrible things on E, haunt on distant stuff on B. Hellfire Mortar is the main game plan. And I was thinking, after last night, I was kind of going back and forth on whether I get rid of this staff here to bring in electrical resistance? And the answer is very clearly yes. We're losing the enhancement on Mortar, which is fine. Mortar is plenty strong enough. Still 4d14. Twice per turn piercing for like 7 turns in a row or something. So that's just fine. And more importantly, we have all of our resists now. You know, oftentimes our corrosion is the one that I don't care about more than anything. You got to have our elec for even for depths here, because spark wasps, and Zot, you have electrical golems, things like that just have such high spike damage, and we don't want that. The spark wasps in particular swarm so much. They can really be a problem, and they chase so quickly. So having the second pip of fire is good for Zot, but not necessary right this minute. And so we're always prioritizing the right now, the here and now situation. And we'll figure out Zot when we get to Zot, basically. We are definitely powerful enough at this point to handle what Zot has to throw at us. And it's just, you know, is Orb of Fire nothing, no danger at all, or is it just a little bit of dangerous? And that's kind of the difference between 2 pips and 1 pip of fire resistance. But with this many summons, you know, you just throw them in the way and don't worry about it. Ouch. That was agony, I assume. Whoops, internet dropped. And we're back, maybe? That was weird. I assume I'm going to cut this out of the game, or out of the video. So you have been disconnected. Yes, I was. I don't know what that nonsense was, but here we are. I dropped internet for like a split second, and I don't know, that was weird. Anyway, see where we're at. These guys have Bolt of Fire. Otherwise, we're very much blocking them from getting us. This is one of the tactical advantages that Hellfire Mortar gives you. It's being able to shoot through stone walls and attack enemies like I'm doing without them being able to get to you. Really solid. And then you have Ash pairing with that so well that I can see enemies through the walls. There's Boris again. You know, and I can attack them before they even know I'm there. Follow the mortar through the wall if I want with my flying gloves. Just a really solid setup. There's Yara's and Passage, so probably buying that. I only have 700 and some gold right now. So, you know, Yara's is one of those spells that it's just like you take it every game you get it probably. But let's just double check that we don't have anything else. I don't need blinking. I have like 11 or 12 or something. Great Wizards 3, so yeah, I just put that on it. I don't think we need anything else realistically. We might go grab a Scroll of Revelation again. I like to have a bunch of those for Zot because we dive Zot rather than clearing it. And we only have 3 right now. So I'll probably buy that. But yeah, I'm going to buy Yara's. Let's see what I can amnesia here. Well, we can get rid of freeze. Definitely. Which means I then have 3 spells, and I think we're just being patient. 3 spell levels, that is. Just be patient and get Yaras when it comes. That's really handy for the Liches and Zot. Yeah, I mean primarily Liches. But also just anything else that buffs, summons, etc. Main thing here I'm watching for is that Hell Beast up above me. Prefer he didn't come touch me with his magic sapping ability. Companions and sorcery. So I just got rid of companions and self, I think, on the staff. And sorcery helps us with crystal spear, and we're not really going for anything. I mean, Dragon's Call maybe if it's just win more at this point. If you get Dragon's Call, we really just want Yaras and getting any curse, and this is a good curse. It's fine. Yeah, so let's look at our spell levels. We're now at 4, so we're just looking for one more spell level to get Yaras. I was saying earlier in the Discord how I just had a lot more to say in the early game, it seemed like, because that's where most of the challenge is. By the time you get to this stage, I mean, I just have so many answers for everything. The tactical decision making is minimal, sort of. It's mostly like just getting, in this game, it's mostly making sure you've got your summons up, making sure you're aiming Hellfire Mortar well. Thrown rock there took a chunk out of me. Yeah, so just vaguely looking for something that gives us more fire resist without giving up too much. Like I said, I think the boots, getting something on boots would be nice because I just have generic boots. That's sort of a beggars can't be choosers situation, or beggy choosers situation. Ooh, looks like some ice demon territory over here. So in this case, we're going to block only a small amount of space to give them room to move around my mortar and hopefully not block it too bad. But of course everything's flying, and so we have 2 pips of cold resistance, so that's Torment coming through for that damage. Try to get that guy dead ASAP. The Lich, that Lich is why, really the only reason corrosion resistance is meaningful at this point in the game. But it is. I mean, that corrosion damage that comes through once in a while as a piercing bolt is a lot. Okay. Here we're just getting all of our mana drained by these statues, so we're going to cast all of our stuff before the mana gets drained. Too bad we don't have Yaras on hand. This would be a perfect spot to use it. I have lots of these. Huh. What a summon. Fill the screen in one go. Sure, why not? Feels like we did nothing to that orange statue. There we go. Okay, pick up Yaras. As a side note, my favorite use of Yaras, at least lately, is to get that armor of Zor, I think it's called. It has the Inglatiate buff, which just slows things within your line of sight as soon as they come on the screen. I mean, not necessarily. It might take a few turns or whatever, but it will keep happening. They'll keep getting slowed as you then use Yaras to do your damage and debuff them, and then it slows them again, and you use Yaras again and again. I actually used Yaras as my main damage carry, like all the way through S branches in a recent game. It was fantastic. Very fun. Very different. Highly recommended. Okay, there's nobody who has summoned horrible things. And abjuration, of course. He can't abjure my Hellfire Mortar, though. Unlucky for him. Now he just has Blink. And got him. Really like that. Unique. It was just added in 0.33. Nobody. Very fun. Very challenging. The first time I saw it, because I did not get the mechanic. But pretty easy with Hellfire Mortar and a bunch of summons, because he just can't get close. Negative Telly Robe? Yeah, no thanks. So we got this vault. This vault down here is a pretty common one in depths, which usually has, it always has, as far as I know, these occultists and some elves as well that can banish us, and then a nice book-based loot chamber down here. Manual of Summonings, yes. Yes, we're going in there. Just for the summoning manual, if nothing else. We'll clear the floor though. There can be, I mean, the main thing is not getting banished in there, obviously. Not that it matters at this point. The Abyss is just fine with this many summons. Hellfire Mortar, we found out sort of as a group last month or so before the tournament that Hellfire Mortar has some really strange interactions in Abyss. Like the mortar just getting stuck in one place and shooting over and over, or being teleported away randomly, which is fun to watch, a little frustrating to play probably. I was watching, not playing, and yeah. Okay, so we gotta change the positioning on these guys because when I get put through this portal, I'm facing the paralyze enemy here, and 25% on paralyze, not a big deal. Abyss banishment is 31, so I probably just ignore that by offing enlightenment. I've got 7 of them, but what I'm going to do is come up here, and yep, there we go. Just pull everything. So we've got 3 banishers, 2 paralyzers, a summoner, a polymorpher. We've got another book over here. What's this? Yara's. Could have been free. Yeah, I'm going to quaff enlightenment, and here we go. So the idea is here, we are going to see as much of this space as we can so that our mortar can do damage. We're just going to keep the entryway blocked off because now we're fragile as well, so we don't want to get touched by anything. So we've got a banisher to the south and paralyzer and a polymorpher, so we're surrounded by bad stuff. We can do this to make space. And now we can summon again. Willpower still on from the enlightenment pot. But we still don't want to play around too much. Let's see, what can I hit him with? I'm happy enough to throw through there, I think. Could also just step up here. I've got Yaras, so we'll do this number to kill the summoner. There's another summoner here somewhere. I didn't notice what it was. Are both these guys invisible? Is that what this is? We're going to get rid of the paralyzer. There's the summoner. Mind Burst? Sure, 81%. I'm surprised he doesn't have higher willpower. Cool, so not too bad. Just a vault where you have to mind your positioning. Don't get banished, don't get paralyzed, etc. Plus 12 mana. That is a nice scarf, but I never, ever use harm on a streak character. I know some people like to use it, think it's one of the best things in the game. I cannot stand it. It just seems like, I have enough damage as it is, and I don't need my enemies having double the damage. Right? I'm going to win as it is. There's no reason at this point to just throw more damage on, really. I mean, I don't even care about spell power at this point, right? So why would I care about harm? Yeah, that's this guy here, Flayed Ghost, doing that damage. Now I'm flayed and fragile. I think we're just going to go to a different stair. There's no reason to play it risky. I mean, look at this entryway by comparison, right? We can take out the flare first. In retrospect, putting on the air staff, definitely feeling like the right decision. We faced a lot of electrical damage. This floor, last floor. So definitely the right decision. Just keeping an eye on this book over here that's summoning crystal spheres, I believe, at us. We're not going to let that happen. If you weren't careful on this entryway, it could have been very dangerous. With the flare, the glass eye that gives you fragile, and then the crystal sphere walking tome is just a recipe for disaster if you're not careful there. And here's the spark wasps I was mentioning earlier that we wanted to have electrical resistance for. Holy cow. Yeah. What is his damage? 2d18, 33 plus 18. Is he fast? Yeah. Fascinating. Okay. Chance of blind? 66. Yeah. Is it Gels? It's Gels to get him away. Because Blink Bolt is not as dangerous as his melee is. Okay. Yeah, so good thing we had electrical resistance, huh? So that is just north of us. Let's see, distortion? No, throwing net. Not going to be too concerned about that. We are concerned about that shambling guy that was coming. I forget what he's called. But he can root us to the ground and then have a torment effect when we're rooted. I think that, yeah, there he is. This guy. Large, no, that's an Alder King. Grasping Roots plus Siphon Essence, I think. Yeah, it's Torment, but not Torment without Torment resistance being possible. So we're just keeping an eye on him, making sure he doesn't do that to us. Okay, now we'll go up here and retake this stairway. Positioning like this to stay away from the wasps. And in fact, we're going to use this wall here to shift everybody away. And then open it up a bit more. All right, coming back to the game after dinner, I had to jump away, obviously in the middle of a fight here, which I usually don't like to do. But that's life. So, looks like we're about to clear this room out. Level 24. So level 24 is a fine level to finish the game. Oftentimes people feel like they need to get every little bit of XP they can. Myself included, sometimes feel like going for Elf or Crypt is just like the thing to do. But you know, with the spells that we have right now, I'm very confident. Resistances are fine. Did mention I would like to have more fire resist, but if we don't find it, we don't find it. We're going to be just fine as is. So probably the plan going forward does not include any other areas. We'll just finish depths here. Go pick up any shop items that we've left. For the dodgy troll. And then we'll go dive Zot. And I am generally a proponent of diving Zot rather than clearing it, even with my, super overpowered characters. I prefer just to get in and get out for the most part, which is why I like to have all of those scrolls of revelation. Lets me do that quicker and easier. And the reason I do that, there's a blade of distortion somewhere down there. The reason I like to do that is primarily because no matter how overpowered you are, Zot always poses a threat. And some silly things can happen there that I'd just rather avoid if at all possible. Also, like, even now, but by the time I get to Zot, I'm feeling very done with the game that I'm on. I'm ready to get back to early dungeon where I have the most fun. And so I don't want to say I'm rushing to finish the game, but it's like I'd rather be done at that point, maybe. That's not to say, that I don't think it's not optimal. I basically do. I think you could go either way. And my preference is to skip Zot most of the time. Lots of big baddies down here, huh? And a little backdoor entrance here. Yeah, okay. They've lured me in. Let's see if it's a trap. Nice little loot chambers there. Don't usually get that with the entrance to Zot. Worthwhile to know when you're using Hellfire Mortar which of these Draconians fly. The black ones do, for instance. So a couple different techniques you can use since they fly and the other ones don't. Just with positioning, you'll see me do it, where I push some of them back and keep the other ones forward. Black ones also do a good amount of damage. So, okay, anyway, wormhole here. So this enemy was very scary the first time I found it because I didn't know how it worked. It does that attack right there, and now we have the teleport debuff here, which can be easily canceled by reading a teleport scroll. No problem. I didn't know that the first time I found it, and ended up teleporting all over the depths right next to enemies every time, and got pretty dangerous pretty quickly. So just read the teleport scroll and move on. Let's see, I don't really need haste or brilliance. I have 1300 gold. I have tons of blinking scrolls. Not feeling like I need anything, to be perfectly honest, but it's at this point in the game where you're like trying to lock in the win. So we're going to pick up Summoning and the Revelation scroll, as well as Fear, good measure. We'll get that Brilliance and that Haste. I like to use a lot of haste potions on the orb run. I'm not going to say no to a blinking scroll. And a cancellation pot as well can come in handy for getting marked or silenced or what have you. Okay. Here we go. All right. Bit of a rougher entrance than we like to see with the teleporter there, a summoner, and a death cob. So we start with Mortar. And actually what I'm going to do is just pull these guys up. And then I'm going to use Gels. Okay. Ouch. Gels again for a little damage. Make a little space. Okay, teleporter down there is the scariest thing on the screen right now. He can blink me away. He can blink surrounding. We do only have 7 healing pots, but lots of curing, so maybe I'll pass a turn with a curing. I do still have Haunt. Try to take him out. Get my armor up as well. Now we have 2 death cobs. I probably should have saw those coming and prepared for it. better than I have. Looking at Fear Scroll again, and they're not susceptible. Okay, checking damage. 35 damage, but they move quickly. We have pretty good armor right now. So this is where another Gels option is going to come in. Pull them away. We've got two uses of that. This Gels is back online. Running low on mana though. So let's see here. Not that. One of Ice Burst, probably. Got one of the Cobs. We need to get, I think it's worth getting Mortar back out. And we're going to do it like this so we block off the entryway for at least a couple of turns. Death Cobs are susceptible to QRA. Sometimes. Not today. Yeah, we'll hit our Abomination, that's fine. Okay, and we'll just go up and heal. And we're going to do our old Mortar Gels trick here to get the Death Cob off me. Standing in fire, which is a bit of a pain. Okay, entryway is cleared. And I think we only have, no, we do have 5 Scrolls of Revelation, but we don't need to use one here. Diving. Nice, we see a downstair. Teleporters, Draconians. Not great. I'm just looking at all the options. We only have 2 Scrolls of Summoning right now. Would be nice to have more. Again, going to look at Fear. Just thinking right now about reducing the population a little bit. Yeah, I think you do that. Scared away a couple of things anyway. Oh, there we are. And miss. He teleports himself away, which is nice for us. We got the slow on him as well. Let's see. Do have Gels. Kind of looks nice. It gets the purple Draconian away from us, gets the Berserked green one away. Hurts a few of our own minions, but that's okay. I think that was net positive. Basically out of mana, so we're looking for a good point to potentially retreat here. Probably. Just trying to take as much out before I leave as possible. Well, you know, maybe I stay a little longer. I've got gills again. Or I can just wait a turn. Do Hellfire Mortar. Okay, toe incoming. Here's where we bail. At least get our mana back. Oops, wrong button. Okay, a toe and 2 monstrosities. Armor up, so these mushrooms don't hurt us. Knowing that our summons are better than its summons. We gotta make sure that nothing gets close to us, though. Because it has Torment, and so it's an absolute priority not to get held in place by these monstrosities while you're getting tormented by the toe. Again, looking at getting tormented by the toe, but it turned out okay because Crystal Spear is very strong. Very good, very good. Okay, nothing over there. We do have 2 downstairs nearby. Here's our first revelation. This is a perfect downstairs for us. Oops, hello. He snuck through my pack. Going down. Revelation. Okay, this is a pretty good downstairs situation. Just don't want anything to hit that Zot trap, and we'll be golden. Having a summon be summoned on top of it doesn't count, in case you were wondering. Okay, Moth. My guys can't see it. So, the only thing it can see it is Mortar. Cool. Didn't know if the abominations could take the Death Cob, but no trouble. And Zot 5. Just exclude that for the time being. Ooh, I think that counted. That Aspiring Flesh spawned on the Zot trap. Deafening Roar? Was that triggered by the Zot trap? I think it might have been. I'm not sure. That's a bit of a bummer with that dragon coming around that corner. I'm not positioned very well. I'm going to go at it so that it doesn't step on Zot trap. Okay. Just clearing everything out here. Now, this would be a better exit for us on the orb run, so we're just going to check. Perfect, that works. That's our new upstairs. And now, here's where we get to demonstrate just how good Mortar is. We're going to cover up the distortion trap, which was here, and we're going to block our entryway. And as soon as it disappears, we recast. And nobody can do anything to us. Oops. I guess he can kill our mortar if he wants. You basically just do that. I'll step inside, use noise. Use another one. I've literally carried those noise scrolls the entire game for this very moment. Nice, that was a little bit of mortar, but mostly the crystal sphere from Servitor doing work. So luckily we have a nice open entryway to the left. If we needed to go over traps though, you just cast mortar over these traps. And you can fly over it, you can kill enemies over it. It's fantastic. It's very useful. So I like to use mortar in these positions as well, unsurprisingly. You just have to watch for flyers. So the black ones in particular, dragons, things like that. I'm always mindful of where my alarm traps and zot traps are. Keep them off screen because enemies can randomly step through. And I can't sense enemies much further away than that. So I'm just really careful that nobody's going to pop around a corner and surprise me. Right now we're pulling back primarily because of those traps. Just getting into a better position to fight. White doesn't fly, so you can't push him back. So we'll just go the same path we used before. For a mortar. And again. Not optimal, but it's best you can do. Okay, I'm silenced here. I could use cancel pot, but I'm not going to. I have 6 of them. I just don't think it's probably necessary. We're going to pull back. He blinked away. I'm just going to pull back. We have allies. And it's off. Okay. Damnation's a bit of a pain on that Draconian. We can shoot through the black one, so we will, just to get a slightly different position from last time. Okay, here's Dreadlich. Would prefer to block his path. So I'm just going to step back. And didn't even need Hellfire Mortar. Okay, again, going to block his path. Here's why we want electrical resistance for that guy. Okay, probably wise to use another noise scroll here. One pull around the corner. Just being nice and cautious. What we don't want is for that distortion trap to get triggered. So we're going to pull back. and we'll show off Hellfire Mortar against Orb of Fire. Let's see, I'm just looking at resistance pots. I have 4. So Mortar pushes back Orb of Fire. And though it does fire damage, it also does irresistible damage. And now we're pushing Servitor towards Orb of Fire. Orb of Fire won't shoot through Servitor, but it's blocking line of sight to block mutations, and actually Servitor gets the kill there. So that works quite well to use those in combo. Sphinx Sisters also works pretty well because you can push them along with the Hellfire Mortar as well. And yes, the Hellfire Mortar gets destroyed if it hits 2 flying units that are adjacent to each other. If it can't move through 2 of them at once, basically. It can push 1, but not 2. And oftentimes I have the mana regen amulet, like I do here, and it's just fine. It's good as a second layer of protection just to throw that Hellfire Mortar behind your Servitor or behind your Sphinx Sisters and just have an extra layer of protection, I find. Okay, we're going to pull back. We don't know what this is. Ancient Lich, who is invisible, so we'll fix that problem. Servitor doing a surprising amount of work here, given how often I cast Hellfire Mortar. Servitor is just always up front doing what he does best. I'm going to block that distortion trap. Now we're going to block the entryway and do the same thing we've been doing the whole time. Block entryway, defend from behind, defend attacks from behind, that is. Silenced. We'll give it a turn. There we go. Silenced again. Okay. Not silenced anymore. Just got mutated. -2 strength. Not in a great place here health-wise to fight an Orb of Fire. Going for haste. Going for resistance pot. Lost a bit of armor there. I'm going to use one of our many blinking scrolls, I think. Just so we can reposition away from this distortion trap, away from that distortion trap and this enemy up here. We're going to go down, and we're going to quaff a couple curing. Wow, tongue isn't working for me tonight. And I don't know, maybe he just doesn't notice me. Okay, there we go. E, and get all my summons out. Just push him back and then cast along the same line, pushing Servitor towards him. Works like charm. Not going to worry about those mutations, obviously. Not a big deal. Who is this guy up here? Anyone? Hello? No? Okay. Oh, maybe it was that dragon, actually. Just peek inside. Nobody's coming. I like to have Apparition here, just to pull that Orb of Zot. I don't have it available. Look at this Dragon Call at 9%. Death Door at 14. Could do something a little cheeky and learn one of those right now, but Okay, so we are going to go haste, pick it up. Okay, Brimstone Fiend. The play is probably just Hellfire, Mortar, Torment, Damnation. Yeah, okay. Using a blink, using a heal pot, and running away. In general, I am more of a run kind of player than a fight player for the orb run. So we'll take that opportunity to heal a bit till an enemy spawns. And we're out. That was an easy Zot escape. Now we're just going to go, get me out of the dungeon the fastest way possible, please. Okay, we're on depths 1. Upper left corner for the exit. Okay. Let's see. This is where Summon Horrible Things made its point to me that it is a great spell, and how it became my favorite spell is that on the orb run, it's the best thing for just escaping. You throw a ton of enemies in the way of, or a ton of allies rather, in the way of your enemies, and you just walk away. It's fantastic. Instant speed, just fill the screen with enemies, allies, summons, and you're golden. There are very few problems that doesn't solve. Okay, we're on D9. And looks like we're running up and to the left, more or less. This guy's a bit of a pain. Thinking maybe we want to get tricky with gills here. You know, actually, I could go down and around the other way by doing this. Step around and then block pathing for him. We'll just go over here. No reason to fight if you don't have to. I think we have some, yep, digging wands. Okay, first Panlord. Summon Demon and Abjuration. Is he fast? Hits for 49. Not fast. Can see invisible. Here's our Ash Altar. Kind of a fun place to have this fight. We're just going to block his pathing. Timeout. What was that damnation? What? Okay, and he can fly. How did I not notice that? It's okay. Switch places, step down. Use one of the many blinking scrolls. Make more dudes. Easy. Okay, some kind of angel down there. Stealth still working for us or something, I guess. I don't know. Okay, D2. Looks like the fastest exit is through that wall over there. This guy is Bombard. Can see invisible. I don't see Fly, which means Hellfire Mortar. There you go, enjoy that. We're going to pop a haste because we have a lot of them. And that gives us plenty of time now to dig twice, apparently. Okay, D1, still fast, going to go invisible. Going to quaff resistance for good measure. Another Panlord. He's fast. He's invisible, flies. Okay, so if I Gels here, it locks him in behind that wall, gets me an escape. Just summon to have some friends. It gets lonely running through the dungeon. Better to have friends, right? Blink onto the exit, and there we go. Game complete. That was a particularly long game. I attribute that extra hour and 20 minutes over my average entirely to commentating as I went. But I hope you enjoyed that. It was kind of fun to do. Definitely will be recording more. I think I have a new plan for the next game that I record. We'll see what I do with it, but I hope you tune in for the next one. That was Street Game 58 complete. Next one's 59.